explain what a SANE test is and what exactly it tests?
SANE stands for Sexual Assault Nurse Examiner. And we have specialized nurses that do the SANE exams. And it depends on the allegations of the assault, but they do, if it's a rape, they do the vaginal canal, anal canal. On Janie, that wasn't done because it wasn't a vaginal rape. She was saying that it was oral assault. So they swab the mouth, they do a rinse and have them spit that back into a vial. They swab anywhere that the officer or the perpetrator might have touched her. And then they collect the evidence, package it, and then turn it over to a police officer who books it into, we have lockers, and then our serologists get it out of the locker to be analyzed.
So what were the results of the SANE test with regard to Janie Liggins?
There was no DNA in her mouth, but she said that he did not ejaculate, because that is obviously a question that we ask. He put it in her mouth for just a few seconds.
She also said that he put, at one point, his hands were on top of the car, and at one point her hands were on the hood? On the hood,
yes.
And what were the results of the DNA tests on those?
They didn't DNA test those, they fingerprinted. Okay. You can't do both.
Okay, and what were the results of that?
They didn't get fingerprints.
Why do you think that is?
Because hundreds of people touched the cars, the weather, you got to keep in mind, Holtzclaw's car was a pigsty. It was absolutely nasty. And a lot of times, like when we go into a house for a burglary, and it's just nasty, you never get results from that, just from the filth. And his car was pretty filthy.
Yeah. So the fingerprint tests came back negative on the car, and the SANE test came back negative for DNA in her mouth.
Correct.
You still believed her story at that point?
I did.
Detective Gregory, same?
Yes, after Kim kind of relayed everything, because Kim's done hundreds and hundreds of investigations, and she's got a good grasp on whether a victim's telling the truth or not. Mm-hmm. And just kind of the storyline that she told me, yes, I did, absolutely.
When did you find out, and how did you find out about the DNA test results? Like how long after the? I mean, how does that work? I don't know how it works.
They put a rush on this one, but it was a couple of weeks, I believe. I mean, it's not, you don't find out that day or the next day. It was fast, and it was a couple of weeks.
So this was expedited. What is the usual sort of crime lab procedure on things like that?
Well, usually, I mean, we turn in a request to have something analyzed, and it takes months, sometimes longer.
And is that, I don't know, which is why I'm asking. Is it standard procedure, even if a rape victim says it was a certain type of sexual assault, to only test for, in this case, in her mouth, and not do the whole full array? Is that
that's
the policy
normal.
procedure?
I mean,
yeah.
There's no sense in swabbing the inside of her vagina if it wasn't a vaginal assault.
So you mentioned the 17-year-old, the minor, now 19-year-old. And then there was a second one?
There was a second one, Kayla Lyles. He drove her to a school, which is where a couple of the assaults took place, a vacant school, and assaulted her orally and vaginally.
So the first one was an alleged vaginal rape.
Yes.
And then the second one you just said was oral
And
and
vaginal.
vaginal.
Yes,
And then Janie Liggins was oral only.
only.
So tell me about that DNA, because it's been characterized as the DNA moment. When did you get that match for the 17-year-old?
We had to track her down, and we found her and got her buccal swabs.
Mm-hmm.
And then I cannot remember the
It was a few
date.
months.
It was
It was a while.
It was a while before we found her, got her swabbed.
And so the DNA came from where?
What do you mean?
Where did you get her DNA? Where was it on Daniel Holtzclaw?
Inside flap of his
Of
pants.
his pants. You know,
So-
on a zipper.
Yeah.
And then on the inside, there's that flap.
Right.
It was on that.
And is that the only place that you had tested on his whole uniform, just that flap?
They tested all around.
So all
The
around
crotch
the
area.
crotch area?
Yes.
Right. And it was what kind of DNA? Because, a lot of people, they watch all the cop shows and they think they know what's going on with DNA. Can you explain a little bit more about what the substance of that DNA
You
was?
can't determine. You can't say it was vaginal cells, it was oral cell. You can't say. You can just say it's Adara's DNA.
But it was skin cells.
But all DNA, I mean, if I get DNA from a man's ejaculation, it comes from the skin cells in the ejaculation. You can't say it's,
So you're saying that you can't determine whether it was vaginal or semen or saliva?
well, semen you can,
Yeah.
but from Adara, the serologist can't say it was spit, it was vaginal fluids, it can't, that can't be done.
So it wasn't tested for, the DNA wasn't tested for those things because you're telling me that it can't be tested for those things?
Our serologist, they said there is one test that they can test for spit or saliva, but it can't be used in court, and I can't remember, there was another thing. And our serologist, when she testified in court, she said that the science isn't good enough yet. It may be
To
someday
specify,
to
right.
specify beyond a reasonable doubt or beyond that she can testify to that it's saliva, it's vaginal, it's anal, it's whatever. She can't do it. And I'm not the scientist. Rocky's not the scientist. We just go with what they tell
That's
us.
what testified to, was
Yeah,
exactly
cool,
that.
yeah.
Couldn't tell specifics.
And this DNA, it was matched to the 17-year-old.
Correct.
But you can't say whether it was skin or saliva or semen or vaginal
It's
fluid.
not semen because she didn't have semen.
Okay, right. All right, so,
You're correct.
all right. You couldn't say that it was any of those
But
things.
100%, it's her DNA that
Uh-huh.
was there. But they can't testify to whether it was spit or skin cells, you know.
Then why did the prosecutor in his concluding statement essentially suggest to the jury that it did come from vaginal?
Well,
That would have to come from the prosecutor.
yeah. But I will say that.
But he did, they did say that, correct?
I don't remember, we sat through 6 weeks of trial, but I'll say that Adara was not orally assaulted. So he might just be, she was only vaginally assaulted.
Now, she was the first of his victims
That day.
that day.
Yes,
And so she was the earliest of the three, and that's the DNA that showed up.
correct.
And then Janie Liggins, who was the most recent, there was no DNA of hers
Correct,
found.
correct.
Is that odd?
No, I mean,
No, I mean, you would think so, but it's really not because of how it's just how he put his penis up and it just,
And so the freshest assault would have no DNA, but the earliest assault would?
yeah, a lot of cases might not even have
DNA.
I mean, that doesn't shock us that we have one and not the other. I mean, we do see that.
Is it possible that there's an innocuous and completely non-nefarious reason that the 17-year-old's DNA was on his pants?
On the inside of his pants? No.
He couldn't have gone to the bathroom, put his hands down there?
No.
W-
Were the pockets of the pants tested?
No.
Why not?
Why?
Is it possible that the transfer of DNA cells from the 17-year-old to Daniel Holtzclaw came from random transfer or touch transfer?
I have not worked one sexual assault case and had transfer DNA.
Is it possible?
Anything's possible. I would never say it's not possible. We've never been lucky. We are so thrilled when we get DNA in cases. I've never been lucky and got transfer DNA. I mean, look at, okay, for example, you're throwing out Janie was in the back of his car and there's no fingerprints and there's no transfer evidence of that. Transfer DNA is hard to get.
Very rare do we ever
I've never had
even
one.
just DNA.
Yeah, I've never had a
Do you
transfer.
think it should be standard protocol to test, other areas to rule out that possibility?
Well, if we would have tested the knee of his pants, I can't say that came from a sexual assault. It's not. Does that make sense? I mean, you kind of have to use a little common sense here. If I can't test the cuff of his pants and say Adara's DNA was down there, that doesn't prove anything. But the inside of his pants is a little bit more damning, if you will. And you mentioned pockets. She made no allegations of anything about pockets, but in a police uniform, our front pockets are very hard to get into because of the belt. Usually, did you ever put anything in your front pockets?
Yeah, it's a pain.
You can't get in there. And we go a lot with the victim's allegations. If she alleged, he put it in my mouth and I spit on his knee, I'm going to test his knee. But we go a lot with, but if there's not anything that points to why we should test the knee of his pants, we don't do it.
So you focused on the crotch area
Right.
Because you were following the lead of what these victims
Right.
had said.
Right.
Did you fluoresce the pants? Is that something that's standard procedure?
You'd have to ask the serologist. We don't. Once we take the pants and put them in a sack, we don't see them again.
Yeah, we send it to the pros on that.
Okay, so you did not order, you did not ask them to do that.
We don't tell them how to test. I don't know how they test and if they fluoresce, and they have their procedures and their policy, and we just let them do.
And so you wouldn't have any input on that as the lead sex crimes unit investigators on what they should test for?
We just tell them what we're looking for, and they're the ones that kind of goes through the test. How they do it, how they go about to extract try to extract the DNA profile. They're the wizards.
That's over our head.
Right. But you tell them what you're looking for, and they narrow their testing based on what you tell them to look for.
Right. We tell them. At the first we go, we're looking for DNA. Let's check the crotch area. As things develop, we stay in contact with them. If a victim said, hey, test the cuff, then we call them and say, hey, we've got a victim saying this, test this.
Despite the verdict, his family members tell me they have not lost faith.
What has this done to your family?
I mean, it's torn us apart. I mean, we're still fighting together, but it's torn us up in our hearts because we know that Daniel is innocent.
The jury acquitted Daniel in 5 of the 13 cases, including Shardarian Hill, who said she was raped in a hospital bed, and Carla Rains, who 7 times denied she had been assaulted before changing her story. The jury did convict Holtzclaw in 8 cases, including Janie Liggins, where the only evidence was her word in a grainy visual of the traffic stop. They also believe 17-year-old Adara Gardner, whose DNA was on Daniel's fly.
Well, I mean, I'm not a DNA expert. They told us it was DNA from the vaginal fluid from a 17-year-old. The DNA people are pretty boring, to be honest with you.
Okay, hello. That was a different way to say hello and welcome everybody to the show tonight. But I thought it was would be an interesting way to get everybody excited about what's to come. First, I want to introduce my panel. Inexplicable Susan, hello, how are you?
Hi, Rhonda. Hi, everybody. I'm good, thanks.
Good.
Yeah, that was gross for one thing. Blinky is something.
She
Blinkwinkle.
is.
Oh
She
my
is.
goodness. Yeah. That was a good little compilation of the DNA, Rhonda. Good job.
Yeah. Well, I want to, before I forget, and Kay reminded me, I want to give credit to Michelle Malkin. It was her interview that we played clips of. And I don't know, maybe Cherie can help us, or if I'm not sure if Katnit's here, or someone can drop the link for that entire video into the chat. That would be really helpful, and we'll get it into the description too in the next day or so. But there's an entire, it's almost 2 hours long, that whole video that Michelle Malkin does with the investigators, Kim Davis and Rocky Gregory. And it was kind of, I was almost disappointed that his face was covered up by my little Truth Wins thing up there, because he's got some dumb ass funky looking faces that he pulls. So anyway, and so
it's definitely worth watching.
it
It's
is, yeah.
eye-opening. They're idiots in my book.
They are. Thank you. And Susan is going to be reading in the trial transcripts in a little while. She's going to be reading the part of the state prosecutor, Galen Giger. So we'll make sure we'll be getting that started in just a couple minutes after we get done with some introductions. Kay, how are you?
I am well.
Good.
Glad to be here. Oh man, it's sickening to listen to a juror say that the DNA is boring, because I mean, and the way it was presented, reading the transcript, it is boring. But you know, it put an innocent man in prison.
Right. Yep.
Anyway, I'm anxious to read Elaine Taylor's
trial testimony
here.
Yes. And Katnit, thank you so much. She put that link to the entire interview in the chat for you guys if you want to open that up and watch it later. And Cherie, I don't recall, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Glad to be here on time for once.
Yeah.
Almost on time anyway.
No, you were fine. Well, yeah, we had 15 minutes of video, so you were perfect on time. All right. And Jack from Foul Play, I want to, we just barely discovered this thing. I can tell that a lot of you, or some of you, are here from the Foul Play viewer, from the Foul Play YouTube. It's pretty cool. I just discovered this feature in StreamYard, that other people who are my guests on my panel can stream what I'm streaming to their channel if I want them to, and if they want to. So those of you who have joined us from Jack, when I told Jack, he's like, hell yeah, just how do I do it? And so it was really simple as far as I know. So those of you who are here from Foul Play, especially if you're not familiar with the case, don't go anywhere. Don't run away. Stay, because this is going to get really good. So Jack, how are you tonight?
Oh, I'm doing very well. And yeah, hello everyone on the panel and in the live chat. It really was, what took about a minute to set up. I literally had to just link. There's a little feature in StreamYard. It's actually cool as hell. You can link what someone is streaming to your platform. So literally I had to put in a title, a couple of the little clicks, and boom, when she went live, it went live on Foul Play. So I think this is a really cool feature. And, anyone that's interested in true crime, this case hasn't really gotten the real publicity that it needs, like Making a Murder for like Stephen and Brendan's situation. But this case is actually in many ways worse, much worse. The corruption is in your face bad. It is so terrible. And I told Rhonda about this case long ago, and she gave you the link to Daniel and the Den. This is part of what Michelle Mawkins' documentary about the case. If it wasn't for her, I doubt that many people would even know about Daniel's case. But she brought attention to it, and it's there's 13 alleged victims in this case, so it's much worse. And you had basically one lawyer handling all these various witnesses that gave testimony, but they were after money. I mean, anyway, as Rhonda said, don't run. It's a really interesting case. Dr. Silkman's going to talk to us about the DNA, and you heard some of the bullshit that Blinker spewed out in Rocky. It's just, I roll my eyes so hard because we're so much more knowledgeable now about DNA and so forth, thanks to Doc, giving us information in his life experience. So anyway, stick around. It's going to be really good.
Thank you, Jack. I appreciate that very much. And I'm not going to lie, I imagine this is going to help my viewership. I've been struggling. And honestly, I don't care if people are watching my channel. They can watch it on Foul Play. They can watch it anywhere. I don't care, because it's just about getting more awareness for the case. So if you're watching from Foul Play, great. I don't care where you watch it from, but watch along. And by the end of this presentation, even though this is really kind of the end of the entire case, you might get hooked. I hope you get hooked. And I don't know, JJ Falk, I don't know I don't know that it's going to do anything for Brendan and Stephen. Probably not. This case takes place in Oklahoma, so, but it's definitely not nearly as well publicized as Stephen and Brendan. So hopefully somehow both cases can help each other. That being said, I want to say thank you to all of the other panel members that I've introduced. You are all equally important, but I do have a very special guest that I want to introduce who has graciously agreed to come on and talk to us tonight. And he is going to, somebody was saying in the chat earlier, we need Dr. Silkman to explain this. Well, just hang on to your seat because he will be here. Dr. Silkman, thank you so much for coming on to help us. Welcome, and tell me first how you feel about that video clip we just watched.
Well, I was feeling good until I saw that clip. It actually is very disappointing, Rhonda and panel members and people in chat. It's actually very, very amateurish. Hearing Rocky and Bullwinkle. When you consider the serious nature that you have a gentleman by the name of Daniel Holtzclaw in prison for 200 plus years, and the way they carried on was extremely amateurish. They clearly do not know their science. They talked a lot of crap. It actually was very, very disappointing. It almost reminds me of Gunn and Cherie Colhane. It is shocking. And I just want to say, Rhonda, thank you so much for, first of all, for allowing me to come onto your team and your panel. I'm honored and humbled to be here. I really didn't have that much of an interest in the Daniel Holtzclaw case because it is such a terrible, terrible case to deal with. But I'm very glad that you opened up my eyes to this case. It really is very, very intriguing. It does have parallels to the Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey cases because this case is very much reliant on circumstantial evidence, DNA. And I was actually quite surprised looking at all of the forensic evidence, which we'll cover, just actually how simple this case really is from a DNA perspective. So I can't wait to rip into it. Thank you so much, guys.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So since somebody just asked, Justine J just said, what is the other channel name, please? I'm just like, wait, what? You're here. What do you mean? This is new to us, streaming to another platform, or to another channel. So please, bear with me on that. But the name of my channel is Just Rhonda. And so we'll get a link for that for you as well, for those of you who haven't been to my channel before. So, Dr. Silkman, the honor is ours. We feel very privileged and honored to have you being interested in, coming on and talking about the DNA for us, because it was very misconstrued and flat out lied about during the trial. And as you can see in these, that video clip that we just did. And then Kim Davis goes on in countless other television interviews of many different kinds, spouting all of her same, bullshit jargon that she thinks she knows she's talking about. So this is having Dr. Silkman here to explain to us the real facts about the DNA is going to be really interesting. But before we do that, we're going to read the trial transcripts, I believe, and I don't want to lose anybody here, because like the juror at the end said, it can get very boring because it is talking about DNA that most of us don't understand. And that's why we have Dr. Silkman here, because he's going to explain it to us later. And also, Dr. Silkman, as we're reading, if something jumps out at you that you feel like you need to comment on, please let us know. And we will absolutely, take a pause so that you can explain something to us if you're able to, because it is very difficult to understand.
I think probably the best way going forward, Rhonda, is if you have a question or there's a question in chat, we can stop the reading and I can try to explain if that's okay. I think if we make it dynamic that way we can get everyone interacting together, and that should be awesome.
Okay, sounds great. Yes, T1, that's a perfect way to explain the parallels in the cases. Thank you. Okay, so the main people who appear in this part of the testimony of the trial are the crime lab analyst, Elaine Taylor, who was at the time the detective Rocky Gregory's mother-in-law. So that's a whole other video, a whole other podcast. And then, so Detective Rocky Gregory, no, he's not in it. Elaine Taylor, and she will be given direct examination by the state prosecutor, Galen Gigger, who is just as corrupt as the rest of the people in the county or the city. He's very dirty. And then I have some videos about Galen Gigger and Elaine Taylor in past episodes. And then we have Scott Adams, who was Daniel's defense counsel, who will be doing cross-examination and then redirect. And then I think the court pops in every couple of whatever they feel like they knew what the court has to say. So sorry, I don't know why I feel so nervous.
Rhonda, I think it's important to really highlight again, this lab analyst is one of the lead detectives' mother-in-law.
Yeah,
I said
that.
I know you did. I'm just re-highlighting it. And she shouldn't have been within 50 miles of this fucking case. Pardon my French. Nowhere near it. My opinion.
Yep, ours too. Yeah, and there are policies in place that indicate that is not allowed. But at any rate, like I said, that's a whole other podcast for sure. So Kay is going to read the part of Elaine Taylor, And Jack is going to read the part of the defense counsel, Scott Adams, and Susan is going to read the part of Galen Gigger. So I'll go ahead and share that, and we can get started reading those as soon as I get the right screen. Okay, there we go. All right. So I'm going to it's up to you, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and start whenever you want. Let me get the full screen on there. There we go. It's basically, this first part has just called the they've called the next witness, who is Elaine Taylor. So we can go ahead and start with Kay.
Ms. Taylor, you previously testified, and you're qualified as a DNA forensic analyst here in the Oklahoma City Police Department laboratory, correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified previously about some items that were tested for the presence of biological evidence or DNA evidence on an address on Culbertson. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
In addition to that, ma'am, were there other items of potential biological or potential DNA evidence submitted to the Oklahoma City Police Department laboratory in association with the investigation of Officer Holtzclaw?
Yes, sir. There were.
And did that include items from Jenny Ligon's car?
From her and her car both?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And also from the patrol car that Officer Holtzclaw was using on June 18th, correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
In addition to that, ma'am, did you receive a pair of uniform pants into evidence?
Yes, sir, I did.
Your Honor, I don't believe we've offered this stipulation yet, but it'd be Court's Exhibit 16. Is that right?
16.
Do you want to look at it before I...
Yes.
May I publish it, Your Honor?
You may publish the stipulation.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is a stipulation between the parties and may be accepted by you.
In regards, ma'am, to the uniform pants, at the time they were submitted to you for analysis, do you recall approximately what month that was in?
I received them from property clerk Susan Gentry on June the 19th of 2014.
And at that time, ma'am, did you immediately begin to conduct some type of analysis on the pants, or was there some delay in doing that?
As soon as I received the evidence from Janie Liggins and Officer Holtzclaw's Spring Lake Cruiser, as well as his uniform pants.
Yes, ma'am.
The first thing that I do when I receive evidence is I start with item number 1, which in this case was a set of reference buccal swabs from Janie Liggins. And then I just accessioned each item of evidence as I got to it.
And the uniform pants specifically, did you obtain swabs from them, ma'am?
I collected the swabs myself.
And what item of evidence were they?
That was item number 17, and the question samples were Q1 and Q2.
In regards to the pants, or items number 17, Q1, and Q2, at the time that you swabbed those, first of all, why were you swabbing those pants? What was the reason? Were you asked to do it specifically, or was it something you were doing as a decision on your own?
Well, essentially, it was a decision that I made. The allegation from Miss Liggins that it was an oral sodomy case. And so I thought that possibly I could get her DNA on either side of his pants. So I swabbed the outside along the zipper line, And then I physically unzip the pants myself, and there's a small piece of fabric. I think it's in everybody's pants that the zipper rides up and down behind. And I swabbed that particular area, and then I ran DNA on them.
Can I interrupt just 1 second here before we start line 5?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't want to get gross with anyone, but I want everybody to pay attention to what she said up here on, it's at line 22, 23. It was an oral sodomy. Oral sodomy. What the hell does that have to do with his pants? Oral sodomy. That has nothing. I'm sorry, it doesn't.
I guess she thought that maybe. Well,
Is his face down? Is his face down there in his zipper? I'm just saying. Her excuse here
No, but
does
like
not add.
her saliva could be there.
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
Well,
that's exactly.
and not in that context. I mean, oral sodomy is. This is his face on her, not anywhere on the zipper.
No, it's not.
No.
It's oral sodomy. I was confused about that too, Jack, when I first saw that charge. I thought, what? He didn't do that to her. But the charge is still oral sodomy if he forces her to give him a blowjob.
Oh, that's correct. So the idea, I mean, I remember we did something very similar to this in a medical class that I took many years ago. So basically, Daniel supplied the penis and Misleading supplied the mouth. So it's a penis to mouth sexual assault. So the whole idea of testing his pants is that potentially saliva from ligands and other material could end up on the pants of Daniel Holtzclaw. That's why they sampled the pants area as well.
I guess that's the confusion for me, because I wouldn't call that sodomy at all, in no context. I don't see as that understand the term.
Well, I'm glad you brought it up, Jack, because I truly did think the same thing. So there are probably other people in the audience that were confused as well. So
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to clear that up, because it's really confusing to me using those terms, but I understand what you guys are saying.
I'd just like to say also, I hear a bit of an echo. Does anyone else?
It may be from me. I'll turn this down.
Yeah, Steven Cyber said, Jack, your mic is a bit hot.
I'll turn it down.
Okay. Yeah, so, and I think too, just really quickly, I think that different states' definitions of different acts also vary as well. Because I was also confused about it, and I'm from Southern California, so I don't know what that means, but anyway. Okay.
Is that better on the mic?
Yeah, you sounded fine to me, so
okay.
I don't.
Chat says.
Yeah. Okay.
Line 5.
Line
yes.
5. Ma'am, in regards to, at this point, I think you told me when you previously testified that you had not read police reports in regards to the activities at Culbertson. Is that correct? To understand exactly what was going on?
That is correct. I did not.
That those items of evidence, as far as the timeline goes, were they before or after this, the pants?
Oh, I'm sorry. I lost my place. The Culbertson?
Yes, ma'am.
Evidence was after.
May I ask what the Culbertson is?
It's a street. It's a Rosetta Great
Okay.
Allegation location.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
At the time that you received the evidence in regards to Janie Liggins and the uniform pants, did you even know about Culbertson?
I did not know.
Similarly, ma'am, had you read any reports that had been generated at the time that you swabbed the pants, or were you just operating under oral knowledge? In other words, had you been told basically it was an oral sodomy allegation?
I had received a request for analysis from Kim Davis, the sergeant that was involved in this case. And her request was to analyze items of evidence with a possibility that the charge was going to be oral sodomy.
Ma'am, if Janie Liggins had in fact had Officer Holtzclaw's penis in her mouth, did you think there was a possibility that DNA evidence contained and transferred within her saliva could have been transferred to the pants?
That's what I was thinking when I swabbed the pants.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
May approach.
Going to show you exhibit number 389, 390, and 391, and ask if you recognize what is depicted in those photographs, ma'am.
It appears to be the photographs that I took of the uniform pants.
And were these taken at the time of when you did the swabs?
Yes, they were.
And are they accurate as to your memory of the photographs you took?
Well, the pants are a little bit darker color than the photographs. They're kind of washed out, but
So the actual color of the pants may be a little darker in person.
yes.
But other than the color, because of the printing of the photographs being awful, is it an accurate depiction?
Yes, it is, sir.
Offer states 398, 390, 391.
No objection.
All right, states exhibits 389, 390, 391 will be admitted.
So the jury can see, are those the pants?
Yes, sir, they are.
Do you remember, is this belt and underbelt dark Velcro material, or do you remember?
It's a Velcro material, and it was in the keepers of his pants.
All right. You're familiar with patrol uniform pants?
Yes, because the gun belt goes over top of the Velcro.
All right. 390 is just another closer view, and I think 391 is a close-up view, just showing a different area of the fly area of the pants, correct?
Correct.
Ma'am, is 390, and if I need to put up another picture up, as far as whenever you said you swabbed the outside of the pants, does it show where you swabbed on that, or do I need to put another photograph up?
Well, the other one was more clear.
391?
That's the piece of fabric. You can see the seam line along the side of the pants, and I swabbed.
Right there?
Yes, on either side of that seam line with a damp cotton swab.
So is my finger essentially in the area that you swabbed?
Yes.
Okay. The jury heard a little bit about swabbing from what you said at Culbertson. Tell us again how you swabbed these pants in particular.
We keep sterile cotton swabs that are packaged 2 to a package. In our laboratory, we use them for presumptive testing as well as swabbing of items of evidence. I tore open one of the sterile packages. I pulled out one of the swabs. I dampened it with distilled water, and I vigorously rubbed along that fly line of the pants on the outside. That was my first question sample. So it was labeled item number 17Q1. I placed it in a glycine envelope that then was labeled, placed in another white coin envelope with those same markings on it with my initials, this SD number as well as the item number. I did exactly the same thing to the area once you unzip that little piece of
This area here, ma'am,
Yes.
that I'm pointing at?
Yes, that little piece of it's kind of reminds me of a taco shell, a piece of fabric. I did exactly the same thing to it that I did with the sample from the outside. It was my item number Q2. It was placed in a glycine envelope and then again labeled and replaced. That glycine envelope was then placed in a white coin envelope with my initials, case number, and item number.
And in doing that, ma'am, is that pursuant to established policies and protocols of DNA laboratories that are certified?
Yes, that is correct, sir.
Ma'am, after you then obtain those samples on the swabs, is there a way then that you analyze that to determine whether or not there was any DNA or biological material that you obtained in doing those swabs?
The first step in any extraction of a swab or a piece of fabric or a piece of cloth or whatever the item of evidence happens to be, most of the time we use swabs, is to add some chemical to that swab and extract them. Once we've extracted them, then we run a quantitative plate, which gives us a quantity or an amount of DNA that we have present in that swab. Once we've determined the quantity, our target is 7 nanograms for the system that we use. If the sample happens to be greater than 7 nanograms, a dilution is done with TE buffer or distilled water to bring it down to a working amount. Once we have that amount, the sample is amplified. It's kind of like a forensic Xerox copy machine. And essentially, what we're doing is we're trying to take the needle in our haystack and make it bigger than the haystack so we can actually physically see what we have. Once the samples are amplified, they're placed in a genetic analyzer and they're then computer generated. And that is where we get our profile. It has 16 locations, and in that 16 is a melanin, which is the sex chromosome, XY for males, and XX for females.
Generally, ma'am, whenever you begin that process, if I understood what you just said, you're looking for, number one, whether or not DNA material is there at all.
Correct.
And then number two, the quantity of DNA. In other words, how much is there and is it enough through your scientific process to measure and analyze on the 16-point scale?
That's correct, yes.
And did you do that in this case?
I did, sir.
And ma'am, whenever you ran the analysis from the DNA material, first of all, did you obtain DNA material from the 2 places that you've shown me on the outside? And I say outside. I understand it's here and then the flap is actually behind the zipper when the pants are on, correct?
Yes, that is correct, yes.
But the exterior facing parts of the pants, from the human body, did you obtain DNA material?
Yes, I did.
And were those still labeled in your report as 17Q1 and 17Q2?
Yes, I included an A since it was the first swab.
All right. Ma'am, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit number 394 and ask if you recognize what 394 is.
This is a copy of the chart that I generated with all the various DNA profiles that were obtained in this case,
as well as any DNA or biological evidence of the different items of evidence seized, correct? In other words, including the pants, but the other stuff too?
Yes.
The things from Janie Liggins, the car and the patrol car?
Yes.
It's all included on this chart?
And then all of the reference samples that I was given to compare to.
Ma'am, I would offer 394, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit 394 will be admitted.
Do you have a copy of it with you?
I do, sir.
Ma'am, obviously there's a lot of information contained in that chart, correct?
Yes, there is.
This is a chart similar to the exhibit we put in earlier when we were talking about Culbertson, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And if I recall on Culbertson, the only evidence, biological evidence we got was an unknown male profile off of a chair, correct?
It was a mixture.
Okay. In regards to, so the jury can kind of get oriented, the different color columns at the top, are those the 16 locations on the genetic strand that you've testified to before?
Yes, they are.
This chart is set up essentially the same way as the other chart, is that correct?
It is identically set up.
Ma'am, I think maybe one of the easiest ones to get our bearings with would be maybe just this first one. You understand that Janie Liggins had an oral wash done as part of her SANE exam, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And with the number, the 2AFE, is that referencing the oral wash that Janie Liggins underwent and participated in during her SANE exam?
Well, item number 2 was the oral wash that was collected as part of the SANE exam. Since the allegation was of oral in nature, what I did was I took the tube that the oral wash was collected in and I spun it down. And what I did was I took off the major liquid and any of the cellular debris that was in the bottom of the tube. I swabbed it up on the cotton swabs. When you're looking for a sexual assault, and whether it's vaginal, anal, or oral, you always do a differential extraction. And that is what I did in this case. The epi fraction would be the female fraction that I would pull off first, and then the sperm fraction. You add extra chemicals because the outside of the sperm cell the shell itself is very hardy. And it takes a little bit more to break that shell open so the cell will spill its DNA out. Unfortunately, in this case, both the epi and the sperm fraction are consistent with Miss Liggins.
In other words, you tested to see if there was sperm in the saliva that was obtained from Miss Liggins at the SANE exam, but there was none?
Yes, that is correct. Can we stop right there? You know what really irritates the crap out of me? Unfortunately is how she starts her sentence. Like, unfortunately for who?
Yeah, right. I caught that too.
What the hell?
I was like, what do you mean, unfortunately?
Isn't she just the unbiased analyst trying to see what science says? I mean, I know she's not, but.
Yeah, but she doesn't sound like it, though, in front of that jury.
Correct. That's actually not her job. Her job is actually to report the results as were found. She's not to offer any type of opinion. And that actually came across, when I read that myself, that came across as being rather crass. Her role as a DNA analyst is to provide the results and interpret what they are. The mere fact that she said, unfortunately, that was a massive, massive red flag.
I agree.
I agree. It should have been. It should have been. But you can, just for those who are listening, and even, Susan, Jack, Doc, who haven't ever read or seen this trial transcript before, well, I've seen parts of it, but you can tell how confusing it is, and how, I hate to say it, but how boring it is. Now, to a scientist like Dr. Silkman or, any other forensic or DNA, scientists, it's not boring. It's what you do. It's what you are interested in. But for a jury of 12 people who have now gotten to the end of a trial and trying to listen to this, it had to be horribly uneventful.
Yeah, by the way, because so people who aren't familiar, she is the last witness in the state's case.
Oh,
This
Yeah.
is the last.
wow.
So, I mean, you can see why they would leave her for last, but at the same time, it's very, it's unfair. It was unfair to the jury, in my
Well, it's
opinion.
really the only evidence that they thought they had,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
And obviously, Galen Gigger's whole strategy was to play on the emotions of the jurors.
Of course.
You know,
Right.
so he's going to try to convince them that this is vaginal fluid, that even though that's not the testimony.
And evidently he did because of that juror, what he said.
Yes. Very
Yeah.
good.
He
Yes.
said it in his closing.
Yeah.
Right.
And I have the closing, and I didn't actually separate that and pull that up. If we haven't gone for 3 hours or whatever then we'll read that part of. I'll find that real quick and we'll read that part of the closing, because it will blow your freaking mind. So
Bastard.
Right. I'm not sure we were.
what's that?
Line 8.
Oh. Okay.
Let me just ask really quick: are either of you reading from my YouTube from the screen, or are you
No.
reading your own?
I'm reading my own.
Okay.
My
All
own.
right.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
And again, sperm cells are different than epithelial cells.
Yes, they are.
We talked about that before. That's why you do a different process.
Correct.
In any event, ma'am, whenever you ran the analysis, were you able to get a genetic profile, a DNA profile from that oral wash? For example, and again, if I go across to the 16 different points, there are numbers that are assigned, and are they consistent across?
Yes, they are.
And is that a complete DNA profile?
It is.
And when you get to the X's and the Y's, there's only an X in those top 2 or 3. Does that mean it's Misleading's?
The X.
I'm sorry. Does that mean it's female?
The X means it is female, yes.
Additionally, ma'am, in order to do your comparison, did you obtain buccal swabs from Misleading's?
Yes, they were the first item of evidence that I itemized.
And that's on page 15 of this chart, although the actual chart doesn't have 15. It's on page 15 of your report, just the last several pages of your report, correct?
That is correct, yes.
That was confusing. But item 1A, J. ligands, are those buccal swabs that were also obtained from Ms. Liggins voluntarily?
Yes, they came in the SANE exam.
And these are on different pages, but for example, let's just do the first 3 so we can keep in your mind. The first 3 genetic loci from Ms. Liggins of her buccal swabs show 13, 28, 31.2, and 10, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And if you went back to page 1 of your exhibit, you see that the DNA evidence obtained from the oral wash is 13, 28, 31.2, and 10 in the first 3 locations. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Were you able to determine that that was Miss Liggins from the oral swab?
Yes, I was.
All right. Now, ma'am, that same process continues, does it not? And did you get a DNA profile in regards to the pants?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. And when I go to that, if I look at what I have on exhibit page 12 of 15, item 17Q1, it is the pants left fly, and item 17Q2 is the pants right fly. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
But if you just, again, I'm just looking at the first 3. See what's on the TV screen so we're all talking the same thing.
Yes,
Did you obtain a profile? First of all, basic question. Was there DNA evidence or biological evidence obtained at these two locations?
yes, there was.
And did you obtain a profile from these two locations?
I did, sir.
All right. Now, there's a bunch of numbers there. So tell me what that means. There's more than two, correct?
That is correct.
Tell us what significance that is to you.
Well, the first column is for item Q1, item number 17Q1. There are 6 alleles present, okay? That immediately tells me there it is a mixture of more than 2 people.
Okay. If it was just one person, there would be two numbers, or if the number was the same on your chart, it would just show one number, correct?
If it's one,
If it was just one person,
it would just be either 1 or 2 numbers.
it would be one or two numbers?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So you know it's a mixture.
That is correct, yes.
And would that be the same for both 17Q1 and 17Q2?
Yes. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. In Q2,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I was
Yes.
able to do a major minor contributor. The minor contributor in that mixture is in the black parenthesis or the red parenthesis all the way across.
Okay. Now explain the difference then between what they're seeing. First of all, ma'am, is Q1 the outside or is Q1 the flap?
Q1 is the outside
It's the outside.
along the zipper,
Q2, the second row, is the flap.
is the flap inside.
That's behind inside the zipper where the pants are zipped.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Explain the difference for what you're seeing at Q1, the outside, versus the inside when you have a major and minor component.
On the outside of the pants, it was too difficult to distinguish a major or a minor contributor. There were several, the peaks were very, very close in height. And we have to judge each location by the size of the peak that we see. So if the peaks are within like 100 of each other, at that point, we do not know which two would possibly go together.
Miss Taylor, let me ask. The height of peaks, whenever you run your analysis, is that related to the amount of DNA material there is there?
Yes,
Okay. So the higher the peak, the more DNA, biological evidence was there. Is that fair to say, or is that too simple?
but it has to be within the working 7 nanograms of our system.
Okay.
So the 7 nanograms that we use, the peaks may be all the same size at 1 or 2 locations. At that point, we call it by our guidelines as indistinguishable mixture. And the way the guidelines are set, that's the way we make our calls.
So in the first row, the peaks are such that it's indistinguishable. There's a mixture, correct?
That is correct, yes.
But in the second row, the sample from the inside flap, the differences were such that you could make a determination between major and minor contributors.
Yes, that is correct.
So the major contributor has higher peaks than the minor contributor.
Yes, basically.
It's more of the major evidence than the minor evidence.
Right, but the ones like I talked to you previously that are in red,
Yes, ma'am.
the only thing we can use those for is elimination. We can't use them to include somebody.
Let me ask another question. And I think I understand that. When I look at the second row, just going right straight across, in the first location, you have 2 numbers in black. The second location, you have 2 numbers in black. The third location, fourth location, there are other numbers in black, but you have them within parentheses. But if I just go across the 2, did you get a complete profile of your major contributor on the second row Q2?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And is that significant to you as a DNA forensic analyst? In other words, is that a complete profile?
Yes, it is a complete profile.
Even though there's other stuff there, can you say there is a complete genetic profile that would be unique to an individual within a statistical probability?
Yes, that is correct. Yes.
Was it a female or a male mixture that was that major component?
It was a female because, as you can see from the chart, the X is in black and the minor contributor is a Y, but it's in red, so it really basically doesn't count.
Can I
And
just?
Yeah,
yes,
please do.
please,
Yeah.
yeah.
Now, let's all jokes aside, right? If you're sitting in the jury, you've done 2 things: you've fallen asleep, or your
Mhm.
brain has just exploded. Now,
Right.
Yeah, my head is spinning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what she actually went through with a Giga, very few people understand the significance of what she actually went through. And later on in the presentation, I'm going to decode all of that bullshit and simplify it. But if you're a jurist, this is crucial because this type of information was used to put Daniel in prison for a long period of time. I'll tell you right now, very few people on the jury actually understood what the hell has gone on. Major, minor contributors, peaks, parentheses. They're going, what the hell is going on? So Giga is being incredibly deceptive here, and I'll talk about it later on. He's trying to bamboozle the jury and the judge. He's got an agenda, and it's actually very, very clever. If you notice what he's already done, he's totally been dismissive of the results of ligands, and he did it very, very cleverly.
Ugh.
Yes, yeah. Well, I would say that we agree because we're just like our minds are just like, what were they talking about? So again, as boring as I know this must be for the viewers, please don't go anywhere because Dr. Silkman's going to break it all down and show you the tables of what they're talking about here, and he's going to explain it.
I have a just a brief question, just a thought, maybe get some opinions here. Knowing how, I mean, Galen Giger's an asshole to me, but he's not stupid. He is an intelligent person. Do you think that he did this intentionally?
Jack 61, I honestly do not believe he understands the DNA, the actual molecular biology behind it, because he's made a lot of very fundamental mistakes when he's referring to the loci and to the alleles. He's treating this like a mathematics problem. It's not. Okay. And when I come to do my little part of the presentation, I'll explain to everyone on the panel and in chat exactly what it means by locus and what it means by alleles, and try and simplify it. I don't believe Galen Giger really understood what the hell he was talking about. He made a lot of slip ups, and it's pretty bad.
Yeah, and I don't know. To me, it's like it was intentionally almost vague and confusing with intent, because, I mean, Elaine Taylor could have simply explained it the way you do, which is, I mean, there's still some complication to it, but it's much clearer as to how it works and how they get a DNA profile. I don't know. Maybe I don't trust her either, but
To be completely honest, I know this is probably not a very popular opinion, but actually Elaine Taylor at the moment has actually done very little wrong. She's presented it as she's obtained the results. It's the way that Giga is steering the conversation
I see.
is very, very deceptive and full of shenanigans, and it actually gets worse. So I can't totally blame Elaine Taylor. I know there's been a lot of criticism of her. I mean, I've pre-read this testimony and I went through it with a fine-tooth comb. She hasn't actually done too much wrong. She did plenty of things wrong in the investigation itself. But in her presentation so far, it's pretty straightforward. I do not trust Giga one bit.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Well, he's asking her a ton of yes or no questions. So he's testifying basically, and she's just agreeing with whatever he says for the most part. I think we've had maybe 3 or 4 little areas where she does actually explain a process, but it's an awful lot of yes, that is correct.
The typical Galen Giger questioning, right? Always leading.
Yeah.
Well, there were a huge amount of leading questions here, and Crockett Thompson talked about ineffective assistance of counsel. There's no doubt that occurred, unfortunately, in this particular case. But, again, I don't really blame Adams because I was actually quite shocked at how important the DNA evidence was in this case. I thought there was video evidence, other forms of testimony, witnesses.
Nope.
No, there's not.
It's
It's all based on DNA, and the DNA evidence is completely shoddy. It's actually worse than the Stephen Avery case, I have to say. But we'll get onto that later on.
Thanks, Doc.
19, Susan.
19? Okay. And in that regard, ma'am, if I remind you on page 15, and I think just maybe look at the location. When you look at Janie Ligon's buccal swab, when we look at Janie Ligon's profile obtained from her buccal swab, at the very first location on the chart, she has 13S there, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And that would mean she has 2 13S at that location?
Yes.
You didn't write it down twice, but when there's just one number, it means it's the same number twice?
Yes, she inherited the same from her mother as she did from her father.
All right. But then when I look at 17Q2, although there's a minor 13 on there, the major contributor is 10 and 14, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
So from the DNA profile that you know is a complete profile, narrowed down to one person within a statistical probability, can you exclude Janie Ligon's at that first location as being a contributor to the major component?
I can, yes.
So it's not Janie Ligon's.
It is not Janie Ligon's.
However, was there sufficient biological evidence there, DNA evidence, to know that there is a person? We just need to find out who that person is?
That is correct, yes.
For the purposes of this investigation?
That is correct, yes.
Did you relay that information relatively early on? I mean, early on and relevant in time to June of 14? Did you relay that information back to the detective?
I did, because at that particular time, the 2 reference samples that I had to compare to this was Miss Ligon's and Mr. Holtzclaw.
Those were the only 2 we knew at the time that you ran this analysis, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to go to a different test that she did. I don't know if you want to break for lunch now.
All right, be a good time to break then. And then they're going to take their lunch break and blah, blah, blah. So, and so we're not going to read all of that horse shit.
Back to,
Okay.
17, line 17 on the next page.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I just make a quick comment?
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what, when they got those results, when Elaine Taylor got those results, alarm bells would have been ringing. Big, big alarm bells. Because remember, the whole idea was to have a look at the allegation by Jay Ligens, right? And the mere fact that it actually came back negative for her DNA would have triggered an alarm bell going off, because now they had no case against Daniel. They
Right.
found an unknown profile. They didn't know what that profile was, but it definitely wasn't Liggins. And I'll tell you what, they would have all been in a state of panic, because potentially Daniel could have walked then and there.
Well, and moreover, when that happened, Adara doesn't get identified and found to even talk to police until October, which is why they were pushing so hard to bring Terry Morris back to connect her case, that they weren't even really that worried about her case, but they knew they had to connect her case to Janie's case and make him a serial rapist, or they would have not been able to charge him. The only way to
That's
make
correct.
this case fly is if he's a serial rapist. And so that was going to look bad on him for being looked at for Terry Morris, because he was the last officer that had stopped her, although it was 3 weeks prior to when she swore she was assaulted. So, yeah, I mean, both of those things, Doc.
Yeah, 100% correct. But you can clearly see that Rocky and Bullwinkle were coming in for an easy victory here, right? Because they actually believed Liggins and her story. But as I will discuss in my presentation, the forensic evidence said otherwise. But quite clearly, Rocky and Bullwinkle weren't going to stop. They now had to find whose DNA profile was present on the pants.
That's right.
Okay, line 17.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Taylor, before we broke for lunch, I was asking you about the profile that you obtained from the area that's on the outside of Officer Holtzclaw's pants that he was wearing on June 18th, and were removed from him, as well as on the flap of the inside. Do you remember?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, in that regard, you had told me that we obtained a complete DNA profile from the inside flap, correct?
I told you there was a mixture on the inside flap, but that we had a major contributor.
And that major contributor, you were able to determine the DNA profile for an individual within a statistical probability, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Whenever you obtained a profile at some point, do you run statistics on that to determine the likelihood of another person within certain races having that same DNA profile? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
And is that used using a statistical analysis and statistical equations that are recognized with the area of DNA forensics?
Yes. We use the population database that the FBI put together. That's part of our CODIS program.
And essentially, can you, in layman's terms, kind of tell us what that calculation means and when you have it and you have a profile, like, for example, a major component profile, as in 17Q2, when you've got your 16 different genetic locations
Yes.
at a level sufficient enough to say it's present?
Yes.
What the statistics and what does that mean? Explain how that works.
Essentially, it's a probability, and each one of the numbers is entered into the program. I request that it automatically calculates it for the 3 most common racial groups within the state of Oklahoma, which are African American, Caucasian, and Southwest Hispanics.
And with each of those different populations of individuals, there are accepted quantifications and accepted formulas that you use, correct?
There's been a database put in that for each and every single allele or number at each one of the locations, that is a random match of the amount of people that have the particular allele at that location for those 3 racial groups. I'm sure everyone in the jury got that.
Yeah.
God.
All right. At some point, ma'am, during this investigation, was an item of evidence submitted to you that was purported to be buccal swabs obtained from an individual known as Adara Gardner?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And were you able to obtain a DNA profile from those buccal swabs, similar to the way you obtained a DNA profile from Janie Liggins, and come up with her numbers for those 16 different locations?
Yes, I did.
And is Adara Gardner referenced in your report on page 15?
It is. Her number is item number 50A.
So on the last page of State's Exhibit number 394, it would appear that Ms. Gardner, her DNA profile is contained on the second to last row. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And again, without trying to get 16 numbers in our head, let's do the first 3. 10, 14, 28, 33.2, and 9, 10. Correct? Would be the first 3 locations?
Yes.
If I go back then to the page that has 17Q2 analysis on it, 1014, 28, 33.2, and 910 are the major components, correct?
That is correct, yes.
She matched to the first 3 locations.
Yes.
Did she match at all 16 locations?
Yes, sir, she did.
What's the significance of that to you as a DNA forensic analyst?
That at some point in time, that biological material was deposited on that particular item of evidence.
By a person with a profile matching Adara Gardner?
Adara Gardner, yes.
Statistically, did you run the analysis for the 3 different populations to determine what the chances are that someone else in society would have the exact same profile as Adara Gardner?
I did.
And what were the numbers that you were able to come up with using the accepted equations and statistical analysis?
Okay. I had to issue an amended report on these statistics.
Yes, ma'am.
Because in May of this year, the FBI issued some explanatory notes. They apparently found typographical errors at some of the locations in their population database, and they corrected them. I used the population database in my original report before those items. Those areas were corrected.
So, ma'am, if I understand right, the FBI had an old set of numbers that were accepted. They amended them at some point during this investigation?
They found typographical errors.
Did you run them with both the old numbers and the new numbers?
The amended report is the amended numbers that they published and put into the database. The numbers that I originally ran in my original report,
Yes, ma'am.
that everybody has, were the numbers that had been amended. So I issued an amended report to all parties involved.
And those were distributed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Ma'am, tell me the statistical probability of someone in the population having the same DNA profile as Adara Gardner.
The probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random from the population having this genetic profile is approximately 1 in 4.137 times 10 to the 18th in Caucasians. 246.900 times 10 to the 15th in African Americans, and 1 in 996 times 10 to the 18th in Southwest Hispanics. Oh, Lord.
For fuck's sake.
Oh, God.
Jesus.
Oh, my God. I'd like to see the faces of the jurors right now.
Yeah. Give me the number for Caucasians one more time, please.
3.137 times 10 to the 18th. So there's 18 zeros.
So if Adara Gardner was mixed race, which of the two would you look at? If she was black, if her mother was white and her father's black, would you want to just compare both of those?
I would pick the lower of the two numbers.
All right. And the lower of the two numbers is in Caucasians, correct?
No, it's in African Americans.
Okay, I'm sorry. And if I understood you right, that's 2, 4, 6, 9, and then 15 zeros after it, correct?
17.
17 zeros.
17 zeros, yes.
Mr. Geiger, what page are you on?
She's reading from her report, counsel. I'm not looking at the report.
It's an amended report that I issued, sir. It looks a little different from the others.
Mr. Adams, why don't you go ahead and approach and take a look at that and see if you...
It was this report, sir.
September 28th. Demonstratively, ma'am, you did an analysis of a lot of different items of evidence, correct?
I did, sir, yes.
And there's a chart that shows all that?
Yes.
This chart also is a chart that you're reading from, that's statistics, correct?
Yes, that I amended.
Okay. And ma'am, were you reading the numbers just a minute ago from the chart for item 21A as opposed to item 17Q2A?
I think I was. I'm sorry.
You just got...
I just went down too far.
All right. So we can throw out the numbers you just told me. For fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Basically.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Equally though, ma'am, are the numbers for item 17Q2A also enormously large numbers?
They are, sir.
Okay. Tell me those numbers just so we have it right.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Excuse me. For the same statement, the probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random from the population having this genetic profile is approximately 1 in 22.550 times 10 to the 18th. In Caucasian, 1 in 43.550 times 10 to the 18th in African Americans, and 3.265 times 10 to the 21st in Southwest Hispanics.
Do you even know the names if you were to read that number as to what it would be?
Well, I have a little cheat sheet with me.
Tell me just for the sake of hearing the word. How many zeros are we talking with African Americans and Caucasians, please?
The 10 to the 18th is called quintillion. The 10 to the 21st is called sextillion.
Ma'am, have there been that many people alive on the planet since its creation that we know of?
I think the last time anybody looked at the population, it was like 40 billion.
Dr. Silkman, I just have a quick question for you. Why
Yep.
don't these analysts just say she's the only person on the planet Earth that could possibly have that?
Well, actually, she's the only person in the known universe that has that profile, right? I mean,
Right.
the same thing happened in the trial that I
Alex
was watching,
Murdaugh.
the Alex Murdoch
Yeah.
trial, in which the DNA analyst rifled up all these numbers. I mean,
Yeah.
basically, all she had to say was, according to the statistics derived by the FBI, Miss Gardner's profile is unique in the population
Exactly.
on planet Earth. That's it. That's it.
Exactly.
There's no
Yeah,
need
I
to
agree.
quote all those numbers. The jury would have, their eyes will be rolling in the back of their heads at this stage. They've got no freaking idea what they're talking about.
And that can be the only reason I can see that anyone would use this kind of thing. It's just
Correct.
to
Correct.
get the jury's head swimming.
Yeah, Giga is basically saying, look, if I can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit. And that's exactly what he's doing. There's no need to go through all of these statistics. Those numbers mean nothing.
Well, it comes across like they're large numbers. I mean, I know it doesn't, but it's almost like he's associating some kind of large amount of DNA in a sense. These
No,
large numbers.
It's a probability it's just dumb. I just don't
I agree
get it.
with you. Well, I mean, it's almost misleading to me. I mean, maybe it's not. Maybe I'm just looking at it from a unique standpoint, but it really, to throw numbers out like that to just regular people, it's like Doc said, their eyes are going to be rolled up in the back of their head, mind-numbing kind of thing, and they're not going to understand it. They're just not.
Yeah, like you said, all you have to do is say she's unique to the planet Earth. Nobody else
That's
can
100%
have
correct.
that profile.
The state are terrified that the defense are going to say, well, how unique is that profile, Miss Taylor? Could there be 2 or 3 other people on this planet that have the same type of profile? And the answer, of course, is no. The profile is unique. So they want to give the impression that, we've got Miss Gardner's DNA on his pants. That's the point they're trying to make. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, Rhonda, is someone paying attention to the chat to see if there are questions? I'm not seeing the chat.
I'll check it out. I'll watch it.
Yeah, if somebody can watch for me. I'm scrolling, so I have to switch over to my Foxit screen, and I try to jump back in and check questions, but I can't do it.
All
I
right.
just do the second monitor, or like Claire says, to pop out the chat so that I can watch too. But even that's a little multitaskish for me. So
Yeah, I mean, I do that normally when I do a live. I pop out the chat so I can just tab to it quickly.
Yeah.
Alt tab. But I'll check it out.
Yeah,
I'll see if there's any questions.
Yeah, if you guys can watch, and then if there's something that we need to stop and talk about, let us know.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I have been checking the chat, and I like to welcome Claire View. I did 2 podcasts with Claire, and she's a great supporter of your channel and Foul Play, and it's great that she's here, and that's awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, Claire.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's so many people in chat right now between the 2 channels, and I apologize for not saying hello to everybody. But I am extremely great. Yeah, hello to everybody. Hello, everyone. So, okay, yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, Claire's awesome. Claire and What the Beck was here earlier too, and he's also been on Claire's channel. So
great people, great people.
Yeah, we appreciate you guys. We appreciate all of you. Okay,
where are we, Susan?
Oh my God, she's saying the population on Earth is 40 billion. Are you kidding me? I think it's more like 6 or 8 or something like that.
No, I think she's talking about everyone that's ever been born. Total, born and died, ever.
Correct. Including the dinosaurs.
The same thing, including the ones where the dinosaurs were on the earth.
Going back caveman style.
Oh gosh. Okay. Awesome.
Okay. Oh, the history of the world. Okay. Where'd we stop? I'm
Line
sorry.
9.
9.
Yeah,
So we're not even close to that number as far as what science tells us the history of the world is.
correct.
With that, with those kinds of numbers, ma'am, can you say with a level of scientific certainty that the DNA profile that was obtained from Officer Holtzclaw's pants is a match to the DNA profile that Adara Gardner has, and it's scientifically improbable that anyone else would have that DNA profile
I
to the numbers that you've testified to?
I can state that selecting an unrelated individual at random from the population having that profile are those numbers.
All right, ma'am. Now I'm going to ask a couple different things before I go on to the next item of evidence. The part of the pants that we've just been talking about, again, is that flap. And I don't mean to be obscene, but the flap underneath the zipper.
Yes.
Okay, correct. And you've showed us that. There is a minor component of that DNA material, not enough to get a profile, correct?
A minor component of the profile is not suitable for comparison purposes.
For comparison.
Yes.
But you also have, I notice, a Y in that red category for 17Q2A, correct?
Yes.
Tell me again what that Y means.
Essentially, because it is in that what I told you before was called the stochastic area. It was the area that we could use for exclusion, but we could not use it for inclusion. And the statement that best suits that minor contributor is that it is not suitable for comparison purposes.
All right.
Essentially, I'm saying I don't have anybody that I feel comfortable trying to compare to the few alleles that are left in that minor component.
Can I
In
just say
regards,
something?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. This is where the shenanigans begin.
Yeah.
Okay, and this was done deliberately, judiciously, and on purpose. And when I give my little presentation at the end, I'll show you exactly why it was done. It was very, very clever.
Okay.
in regards to the defendant in this case, ma'am, did you also receive buccal swabs from the defendant that were at least labeled as being received from the defendant in this case? And did you obtain his DNA profile?
Mr. Holtzclaw?
Yes, ma'am.
His profile, along with Miss Ligon's profile, were the first two profiles that I ran.
Ma'am, if I look at that on page 15 of your report and showing the chart, Ms. Liggins was first, but Officer Holtzclaw is the second one, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. If I go over the first, I'm going to call it yellow, the brighter yellow. Do you see where my finger is pointing?
Okay, yes.
At that location, his DNA profile has a 16 and an 18, correct?
Yes.
All right. If I go back to his pants, first of all, the part of his pants that would be not the flap, but over on this part where I'm touching my pants right here. Do you see this part?
The zipper area on the front?
Yeah, where the I'm sorry, where the crease is, where the seam is that you told us about.
Which is Q1.
Q1.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And I'll try to use your words. Q1 is where the seam was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that location, is there an 18?
No, sir, there is not.
Knowing that there is no 18 at that location, can you exclude him as contributing to the DNA mixture that you have?
Well, I excluded him from the very first location because he is a 1316 and I have a 13 at D8, but no 16.
Fair enough. And I'm sorry, I just picked one at random.
Right.
But you can exclude him from the first location as well?
Yes.
Can you also exclude him from the DNA evidence you obtained on the inside, on the flap, on the inside, behind the closed zipper?
Can we use the same location?
You can use any location you can show that you can exclude him. Tell me which one you're on.
Okay. Now, the minor, there is a 13 present.
Yes.
But there is no 16.
And is that at the first location?
Yes.
All right. So knowing that, whatever the mixture is from the seam on the outside of the pants or the flap on the inside of the pants, it's not Officer Holtzclaw's DNA.
That's my conclusion, sir.
All right. Ma'am, in this case, did you and I have an opportunity on the day that we met to talk about Culbertson? And when I asked you to do some additional testing at Culbertson, do you remember that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Ma'am, at that point, had you received the additional DNA evidence, for example, the DNA samples from Adair Gardner, as well as some of the other victims that were identified but not known back in June when you began your analysis?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And during our meeting, ma'am, did I ask you to swab some additional areas of Officer Holtzclaw's uniform pants?
That is correct. You did.
Up until that time, ma'am, had his pants been kept in appropriate manner in the storage facility so that if there was DNA evidence on it, it would be preserved?
When I completed my original analysis on these pants, I placed them back into the original brown paper sack that I received them in. I tape sealed them shut. I initialed it and I then returned them back to the Oklahoma City Police Department evidence storage facility, and they remained there until your request.
And when you got them again, had they been opened again since you had closed it up before?
There was no evidence that the brown paper sack had been tampered with.
And would that be consistent with policies and procedures for certified DNA laboratories?
Yes, sir, it is.
Hand you States Exhibit 393, 392 and 393, and ask if you recognize what is depicted in those photographs, ma'am.
Yes, I photographed the interior of the uniform pants.
Basically, the pants are now turned inside out.
Yes.
And why did you take those photographs?
Just to show the two areas that you had requested I swab.
And did you swab additional areas? And are those photographs appropriately reflecting the way the pants appeared on that day and the locations that you swabbed?
They are. They're just a little washed out.
Again, the color's not probably true. In fact, when you look at those, even the way it was printed, the color doesn't show exactly the true color, correct?
No, because they are navy blue.
But as far as the pants go and the location of what these pictures are, it shows where you swabbed, correct?
Yes.
And they're accurate in that regard?
That is correct.
I'd offer 392 and 393, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
States Exhibit 392 and 393 will be admitted.
There's 392, ma'am, and 393. Does one show the location of where you swabbed better than the other, or does it matter?
Well, actually, the second one is better.
The second one shows it better?
Yes.
Okay. And to orient it, I'm going to back it up just a little bit. We're basically, are we looking at the zipper, but basically on the inside out? You've just turned the pants inside out?
Yes.
Only. So it's probably obvious, but just to make sure. There's a little clasp, and then this is the zipper, correct?
Yes.
And then this is the other side that you zip over.
Right.
The swab that you took at 17Q2A is on the other side of this material.
Yes.
All right. Where did you swab this time?
Okay. From underneath the clasp.
Underneath here?
Yes.
Okay.
That whole entire section all the way down.
Am I tracing it correctly?
Yes.
All right. Like that?
Yes.
All right.
That was Q3, and then Q4 was the right side, which it would be that the kind of material that's sewn in there.
Am I pointing at it or am I not pointing at it?
Yes.
Pointing at it?
Yes.
This is the right spot?
Yeah, dummy. Yes, from right about the waist.
Up here?
Yes, all the way down.
Down this way?
Yes.
The way my finger traced?
Yes.
Odd.
Ma'am, did you use the same procedure with swab that you described before the outside of the pants?
Yes, sir, I did.
And then were you able to conduct the scientific analysis that you told us about before to determine whether or not, first of all, there was biological evidence present?
I did.
Was there biological evidence present?
Yes, there was.
And was it in sufficient quantity in order to obtain a DNA profile from those locations?
It was.
Ma'am, when I asked you to do that, as an analyst, had you at this point read the reports or done anything to know what the allegations involving Adara Gardner were, or anything to that effect?
No, sir. To be honest with you, I thought that the allegations were all oral sodomy.
That's what Rocky told me at dinner the other night.
Boom.
Okay, when we met, and again, this is in part by design, is it not?
Yes,
And you testified about that a couple weeks ago.
that's correct, sir.
Whenever I met with you again, is there anything inappropriate with me meeting with you before trial and talking about what I anticipate the evidence to be?
No, not at all.
There's nothing improper about that.
No.
Ma'am, when I told you that Adara Gardner had made allegations that there actually was penile vaginal penetration, was it significant to you from an analyst, from a scientific or an expert in DNA standpoint?
Yes, but my biggest problem is I have no presumptive test that I can do to determine if there was a vaginal fluid present.
And I'm going to talk to you about that in a minute, a little bit more. But is it similar? Since you brought it up, is it similar to what you've talked about before? Is that you can see epithelial cells, but there's no specific presumptive test to determine if there was fluid in the transfer, if it's saliva, urine, vaginal fluid, those types of things.
That's correct, yes.
The semen's different.
Semen is different, yes.
But when I explained to you that a 17-year-old was involved in an alleged rape,
Yes,
penis vaginal rape,
yes,
did you believe there was merit in swabbing those areas?
I did.
Why?
A young woman of her age would be very likely to have quite a bit of lubrication, and that lubrication could transfer if, in fact, that is what occurred.
Ma'am, have you worked previous rape cases?
I have.
And have you had training in regards to rape victims and the human body's response to sexual intercourse?
Yes, sir.
Does the fact that the allegations were it was non-consensual affect that opinion?
No.
And can you explain why?
The human body reacts to arousal in different ways, whether it be consensual or whether it be a rape. Oh God, I can't even hardly read this.
I was just gonna say.
Oh my God, this
Ah,
grates on every fiber of my being. And you know, as an older woman, I think there would probably be damage in a rape case as opposed to somebody that was quite a bit younger than myself.
and is that a matter of biology and just the way hormones are produced
Yes,
and the way different aged people react to different things?
that is correct. I,
Ugh.
s- I still can only call this biological material.
I understand that. Are we still talking epithelial cells?
Yes.
All right. When you ran your, strike that question. Let me ask you another one.
Okay.
When you testified a couple weeks ago, we were talking about DNA or biological material that you got from the top of the black chair. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
One of the questions I asked you, ma'am, is if epithelial cells are more easily transferred onto fabric with a dry touch by skin. That's possible, correct?
Yes.
Is it more likely that there's transfer if if those epithelial cells are contained in some type of fluid that they absorbed into the fabric?
Yes.
Is that another reason that you felt swabbing this area of the pants would be scientifically potentially beneficial, given now the nature of the allegations that I informed you of?
Your request was a valid request, and I felt like it was worthwhile checking and seeing what was present.
Approach, Your Honor.
You may approach.
Hand you 395, ma'am, and ask if you recognize what that is.
This is just a partial.
Yes, ma'am. It's just your chart, correct?
Yes.
But does it show as the other exhibit does? Not your entire report, but the chart that shows the numbers and the profile that you obtained from the two locations that we've been talking about that are on the TV monitor right now.
Yes, that is correct.
And is it an accurate depiction of the third page of your report, which shows those charts?
This is the supplemental report that I did. Yes, sir. That is correct.
And it's what you produced, and it's accurate, correct?
Yes, it is.
I'd offer $395, Your Honor.
No objections, Your Honor.
States Exhibit 395 will be admitted.
Ma'am, State's Exhibit number 395. It appears to be essentially the same type of format as the other two DNA charts that we put into evidence 1 or 2 weeks, give or take, ago, and one earlier today, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
In this case, ma'am, from the inside of Officer Holtzclaw's uniform pants, 17Q3 is the fly side, and then 17Q4 is the side that's on the other side, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
The zipper side and the other side, correct?
Yes.
On this chart, did you also include specifically Officer Holtzclaw's DNA profile that we obtained from the buccal swabs, as well as Adara Gardner's DNA profile that you obtained from her buccal swabs?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you include those on this chart just for ease of comparison, where we don't have to flip pages back and forth?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, whenever I look at 17Q3, were you able to, it appears it's a mixture, is it?
Yes, it is.
It appears that you were able to obtain a major component and obtain a DNA profile, is that right?
Absolutely, yes.
And was that DNA profile if I just look at the part that's on the screen right now, it appears to match everything where Derek Gardner is. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was it a match at all 16 locations?
It was, sir.
And Ken, did you run a statistical analysis to see the probability of selecting someone with the Derek Gardner's DNA profile from the biological evidence we obtained from the inside of Officer Holtzclaw's zipper?
I did, sir.
And what were those numbers?
This was using the FBI database, which these were the expanded database numbers that we are now using. In African, assuming a single donor, the possibility of selecting an unrelated individual at random from the population having this genetic profile is approximately 1 in 36.6 times 10 to the 20th in African Americans. In African Americans, 19.290 times 10 to the 18th in Caucasians. Sorry, I screwed that up, guys.
It's
And
confusing.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
5.165 times 10 to the 21st in Southwest Hispanics. Oh my God.
So I have a question here. This is sounding to me like they found some more of her DNA.
Well,
Are they going back to the original sample?
15 months later, Giger shows up. It's right before trial. Giger shows up because he's been putting his speech together, his little fiction that he spun for the, for his case. And I think he feels like it's going to be way more emotional if they can find her DNA on the inside of his uniform pants. So he requests that she swab the inside of his uniform pants right before trial. And that's what we're talking about here with Q3 and 4.
Okay, so they found it on the outside and the inside?
Hers?
Adara? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. I thought it was only one.
Yeah, we have the question in the foul play chat about please explain exactly where the DNA was. I'm not quite clear on that.
Rhonda, do you have those uniform pants pictures?
I can get the pictures. Yeah, let me.
Or maybe if Dr. Silkman's going to get into that later. It's up to you.
He is going to show I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we do have a picture of the pants.
Okay.
And the four areas that were swabbed.
Yeah,
Yes.
we'll do that.
Yeah, because it is really confusing not having a visual of that for sure. But there will be a picture on the and while they're reading, since nobody's reading from my screen anyway, I'll look for them now and see if I can get them in. Just show them.
Yeah, you could go ahead and put it up since.
Yeah. That'd be great.
Sure. Okay, we'll carry on then.
Okay.
Okay, in that regard, ma'am, are those similarly large numbers that exceed what science tells us the number of people who have ever lived on the planet are?
Yes, sir.
Did you obtain the same result essentially as far as a major component for the swab that you took at Q4?
Yes. Oh, hang on. Dang it. I just scrolled my page weird. What page are we even on? Oh my gosh.
45.
70.
Oh, it's different for her. She's reading from the.
Oh no. Trial
45.
Give her the
40,
page number.
70.
The page. What is it again?
4070.
Oh wow, I scrolled ahead 25 pages.
That's not bad.
Line 15.
Okay, I'm getting there.
I
Line
think it's 15.
Yes, in fact, the statistics on those two items were combined, and they're going to be exactly the same.
Adara Gardner. The profile that Adara Gardner has, a human being, matches at those two locations as well, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Ma'am, in regards to the minor numbers, if I look at the third location right here, see where my finger is? I'm sorry, that's third. See that?
That 11?
Yes, ma'am. There's an 11 there,
Correct.
which is a minor below your cutoff for comparison, correct?
Yes.
But nevertheless, there was some type of DNA material there that had an 11, right?
That's correct. Some type of DNA material. Okay. That's
Yeah.
correct.
Okay. If I look at Officer Holtzclaw, does he have an 11 in his DNA profile at that location?
No.
So can you exclude him as a contributor to the 17Q4 mixture?
Yes.
Similarly, ma'am, is there a location where Officer Holtzclaw can be excluded? And it appears that it's going to be the second yellow one, the TH. Is that a 1?
You mean included?
Yes, ma'am. Officer Holtzclaw has a 9.3 there. Is that correct?
He has a 6.9.3, and that is there, but one location does not make a match.
Okay, so is there a way to exclude him from the mixture at the top?
The mixture, the minor component,
Yes.
in both of these profiles is not suitable for comparison purposes. Even if you should see, some numbers that are similar, I can't do a statistical analysis on that. And it just is not suitable for comparison.
Well, and let me go. Do you see where my finger is on this one right there?
The 1214?
It's a 12. But for the probability, there's no 12 at either one of the swabs here, correct?
Correct.
All right, so that's not him.
No.
All right. Additionally, ma'am, at both of the locations where you obtained the mixtures, I noticed that both at 17Q3 and 17Q4, you only have an X there. You don't have an XY.
So those profiles originated from a female.
Did you find evidence of male DNA at either one of those locations? Epithelial cells?
There's no Y, so the answer is no.
There's none there? So even though Officer Holtzclaw was wearing these pants, his DNA is not inside them, correct?
That is correct.
And that would also, even though there was a minor Y on the outside right here, you excluded him as being a contributor of that, correct?
Yes, I did.
Does that surprise you as a DNA forensic analyst that the person actually wearing the clothes, their own DNA is not on them?
It does, but contact DNA is very tricky sometimes. And sometimes the individual that is the wearer of the item of the clothing, they can give it to someone else to wear. And either one of those people could potentially be the major person in that profile.
That doesn't make sense at all.
At all.
It doesn't. I mean, and that's in his zipper. So, as Rocky and Blinkwinkle put it, getting it out and putting it back up, so to speak, not to be gross, but Go ahead, Doc.
the other thing that's very, very telling, and in actual fact very disappointing, is that the defense very little objected, right? I counted at least 10 or 15 different locations where if someone was actually awake and paying attention, the defense would have jumped up and says, "Objection, Your Honor," right?
At least, yeah, I was doing it too, Doc.
And the classic, you could start all the way back. You can start all the way back when she was talking about the fact that Miss Gardner was 17 years old, and said, "Oh well, then I would expect a lot of lubrication." A competent defense attorney would have jumped up and said, "Your Honor, that's not her vagina we're talking about. Do you understand?
Yeah.
The analyst cannot make a comment like that. It's beyond the scope of her expertise, right? Because everyone is going to behave differently, whether you're 17, 50, or 60 or whatever. When you're making comments like that, they are very, very deceptive, and the jury's going, oh, okay. So if she's younger, she's got more vaginal lubrication. Oh, excellent. That means that the transmittal of the epithelial cells from her vagina had to have transferred onto Daniel's pants. That's what Giga wants you to believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so hence the deception started a long time ago in the questioning.
Yeah. Yeah. Very.
Yeah, and there's other. I mean, I know you've looked at some of this case, Doc, but there are other places in this case. The Scott Adams' head should be on fire, and probably his shirt, and probably his pants sometimes, because of the bullshit that come out of Giger's mouth or a witness, and he just doesn't say anything. And I'm like, I know the guy was overwhelmed. I know he was. He needed 2 or 3 other lawyers minimum helping him with these 13 different cases. But my God, man.
But also, it's quite clear that, it's also quite clear that Adams, it was beyond his scope. He did not understand the significance of what Giga was bullshitting about. I mean, I could count it off. Each time a statement was made, I was making a mental note of that's absolute complete garbage. But what they cleverly did is they essentially erased Daniel Holtzclaw genomic DNA profile from the pants. And that was a huge mistake that the defense should have picked up.
Yeah.
Daniel needed a DNA expert to counteract.
Well, if I was sitting next to Adams, I would have just politely said to him, "Excuse me, what she's talking about is all bullshit." And you know what is unbelievable? The answers, which I'll talk about when I do the little presentation, are right there in front of the jury. The answers are right there.
Yeah.
Okay, line 13.
Really quickly, Kay, do you want to explain? I mean, I could, but you might as well, because you're much better at it. To JD and others who may be wondering, he said, so he had another guy's DNA there. Do you want to
know why? I do not know why Giger said that just now. Or, I mean, Elaine Taylor said that just now about he could have given his pants to someone else to wear. There, I mean, there is a mixture from the DNA of, it could be more than, 3 people, one of which is a male. I mean, so I don't know.
But she's making that suggestion, which to me is completely inappropriate.
I mean, it could be Nathaniel Davis's DNA in that sample. He was with Adara Gardner. Daniel searched him. It could be
that's what I was just thinking.
It could be any male that Daniel searched while he was wearing those pants, which he had worn them. I can't remember if it was 2 or 3 shifts. So it could have been multiple people's DNA in that mixture.
For all we know, it could have been Rocky's, because we know that he put his bare hands in this paper sack that the pants were collected in. I mean, I mean, anything off of that pen that Daniel was using in the interview room, he was Kim Davis handed him a pen. Yeah.
And then, he's messing with that pen.
Yeah.
And then they took his pants from that room. So he unzipped his pants, and
which all goes to, I shouldn't say all goes to, but it goes to touch or transfer DNA, if I'm not mistaken. Right, Dr. Silkman? Or the possibility of it?
It potentially could, but I think the answer is actually closer to home, as we'll discover. But but there was a huge problem, and they knew it. The fact is that there's a Y chromosome present on the DNA samples that Miss Taylor had extracted from the zip area from inside and outside. Now, they had to now somehow try and explain what that Y DNA is present, right? There's no question there's a Y DNA. And hence they made that snide remark of, well, maybe Daniel gave his underpants to somebody else to wear, i.e. another male, transferred some of his DNA, and then Daniel said, oh, thank you, I'll take my underpants back. So you knew then and there that they had a big problem. And the big problem is they didn't get a clean profile. In the DNA that was extracted from the zip area, both outside and inside, there were multiple alleles, which meant that there were multiple contributors. And so this was a huge problem because the state now had to explain, wait a minute, if you're saying that Miss Gardner's DNA got transferred through vaginal fluid, how in the hell can you explain the transfer of somebody else, especially another male, right? So they tried their very best to essentially eradicate Daniel Holtzclaw from the analysis. That was a huge mistake.
Yeah, and they're really trying to eradicate the potential for touch DNA. I mean, to me, it's like, no, that's really rare. Well, bullshit. It's bullshit.
Well, their whole case, let me tell you right now, their whole case will fall apart if they actually accepted transfer DNA. Their entire case will fall apart. Daniel Holtzclaw will not be in prison today. I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, that hits a whole different way to hear you say that. Yeah, that hits a whole different way than, how it's hit for the last 2.5 years that I've been working on the case.
I think
working on the case, researching the case.
I think once you see the analysis that I did, it's going to stand out like dog's balls, and you're going to get very, very angry, very, very quick.
Can't wait.
Let's go.
All right. Are you back, Susan? Susan might be away.
Okay.
What line are we on?
Yes, I'm back.
Wow.
13. What?
Okay, go ahead. No,
Put into home base just now.
Yeah, she did. It sounded like it too. Okay,
What?
line 13.
What?
What? Huh?
No,
What does
shut
it do?
up.
Kay said it's that you just slid into home base right now, and I said, yeah, it sounded like it too. Okay.
Okay.
Line
And to
13.
be clear, you don't have any evidence that somebody else was wearing Officer Holtzclaw's pants.
I do not.
All we know is he was wearing these pants, and his DNA is not on his pants.
Yes, which is very difficult to try and explain.
Does that fact and this evidence also contribute to your opinion about when discussing contact DNA? It is much more likely for it to be transferred if the epithelial cells are contained in a liquid, such as vaginal fluid.
That's a very good possibility.
Especially when it's cloth and absorbent.
That is.
Finally.
Mr. Adams.
Your Honor, I just object to the form. It's all leading and suggestive.
Do you have your script up, Rhonda? The judge says, all right, sustained as to the last question.
I was muted, sorry.
Is it true whenever the item that you're testing is made of an absorbent material? Would that be consistent with what you've said?
Yes.
Is what I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Taylor, you can't say how that DNA got there, can you, from a scientific standpoint?
The only thing I can tell you is that it is a biological material that originated from Miss Gardner.
And it was found both on the outside of his pants and the inside of his pants, right at the area where his zipper is.
That is correct, yes.
Pass the witness.
Wow. Okay.
Can I just make a point there?
Please.
And it's very important because Elaine Taylor said the correct thing about the only thing that she can actually say. So I do not blame Elaine Taylor completely for the shit show that it was, because she tried to give many, many subtle hints that she could only say a limited amount of information about how Gardner's DNA got on the pants of Daniel Holtzclaw. So she was 100% correct. Unfortunately, it's the interpretation by Giga and the lack of being aggressive by Adams that allowed a lot of crap to go through to the jury.
That's right.
Well, yeah, the suggestion of the epithelial cells and, vaginal fluid, when she didn't say that at all, he did. He suggested it. And there's no scientific, I just think Adams should have been, like I said, I think his head should have been on fire at that point, and he objecting strongly.
Well, at this point, these jurors are hearing Charlie Brown teacher. Wah, wah, wah,
Yeah.
wah.
Well, that's true.
Vaginal fluid inside of his pants. A wah, 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 wah. Vaginal fluid. No male in the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the switching of the pants too. That there was absolutely no proof of that whatsoever, and he got it in.
I don't know why he said that.
And maybe Scott Adams is going to address it on cross.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Hopefully.
All right, here we go.
All right.
You ready? You ready?
I'm ready.
Yep. It's all you, Jack and Kay.
All righty, here we go. Miss Taylor, I want to try to get a simple DNA 101 if we can.
Okay.
You would agree with me, and I'm not even going to go through the charts. You would agree with me from all of your analysis that you did from the swabbing of the squad car and the swabbing of Miss Ligon's car. You even swabbed her own phone, correct?
Yes.
Out of all of that, you didn't find any DNA from Officer Holtzclaw, correct?
You are correct, sir. Yes.
Then in what you've testified here today in regards to Ms. Gardner, basically, what we're saying is that those epithelial cells we keep talking about, those are microscopic, correct?
Yes.
And it's not anything. I can sit here and look at on my own hand. We need a microscope to look at it.
Well, you can see the dry skin.
Okay, which would be. But they're also microscopic too.
Well, sure.
And if you've heard of secondary transfer,
I have, sir.
and there's been a number of studies that have been published, peer-reviewed, criticized, and then eventually rectified and published in journals that you rely on.
Yes.
Your lab relies on. Other experts that are here in the courtroom rely upon, correct?
Correct. And supplied you.
And the secondary transfer, for instance, would be this pen that I've been writing with all day.
Uh-huh.
And a secondary transfer would be that, for instance, if I've been writing with the pen all day and I give it to you and you hold it.
Yes.
You then could set the pen down and go pick up a cup, correct? And if you picked up the cup and you swabbed that cup, you could find my DNA on that cup, although I've never touched it.
It's possible, yes.
And that would be a secondary transfer, would it not?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that secondary transfer, a lot of times, It's the items that you touch, whether or not you would expect to find someone's epithelial cells is going to depend on how often that person was touching it or getting into it, correct?
Primary handler.
Okay. And the primary handler in this case would be Ms. Gardner, correct? In what you've been testifying here in this afternoon. The DNA you're talking about is Adira Gardner, correct?
Yes, but she wouldn't be the primary handler, I don't think.
No, she wouldn't be.
Okay.
But for instance, if Officer Holtzclaw came into contact with her on 2 occasions, on June the 17th of 2014, let's assume that this is a fact. Assume that the fact is on one of those occasions, he dug through her purse. You would expect to have her DNA on her purse, would you not?
It's possible. I don't know for sure.
Would you agree with me that a woman tends to get in her purse? There's things in her purse that she wants to get to.
Sure.
And that's the whole purpose of carrying a purse.
Yes.
Certainly that could be a source of DNA that you eventually discover on a zipper, correct? Or on that you've testified here today.
Sir, what I would tell you right now is anything is possible. And that what I found was biological material on Mr. Holtzclaw's pants that was consistent with Miss Gardner. And how it was put there and how it got there, I wasn't there. I didn't see what happened, so I can't really tell you exactly what happened.
You would agree with me in this regard. We can tell the difference between epithelial cells and DNA in sperm or semen, correct?
Yes.
We also testified that there's not a presumptive test for vaginal fluid, correct?
That is correct. There is not.
However, there is a conclusionary test for spit, saliva, correct?
There is an amylase test that can be run, but the one thing you have to really be careful of is amylase is not only found in saliva, but it is found in other body fluids such as semen, serum, and urine.
But there's a very, very specific test just for saliva.
Saliva.
Saliva, I apologize. But there's a specific test for that, correct?
Yes, it's called amylase.
And it's been published and peer-reviewed and all that.
Right.
And this particular instance, when you received the pants from Officer Holtzclaw, you did no such test, correct?
I did not, sir.
And when you first received them, you would agree with me that the only information that you had is that it was allegedly an oral sexual deal, correct?
Correct.
And you conducted the testing, you testified about it, which was rubbing with the distilled water.
Sterile Q-tip, yes.
Vigorously. And that's when you were able to positively identify Ms. Gardner, correct?
At the time, the only thing I knew was I had a profile that was not consistent with Miss Wiggins, and I requested the detectives to collect other references from possibly a family member or somebody that could have come into contact with his pants.
Now, you would agree with me that you cannot tell us how long DNA has been on the pants, correct?
No, I can't.
But you would agree with me that that over a period of time, that DNA can disintegrate or get worse in the quality of it.
It degrades over time.
Degrades.
Yes, but washing also will destroy it.
Now, is it also your understanding that it's my understanding that is it true that you received these pants when? Do you remember the exact date?
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I collected the pants from the property room on June the 19th from our property clerk, who was our evidence officer at the time, Susan Gentry.
And would you agree with me that if the evidence was that they were taken from Officer Holtzclaw on the 18th, that would have been the very next day?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, that is correct.
You weren't present when he had to take off his pants and all that, but you,
No.
through the proper chain of custody, the pants were in your lab
Well, they were submitted to the property room
and you requested them.
and I requested them, and there should be, and you should have a copy of all the transfer.
I'm not even questioning any of that.
Okay.
In fact, I stipulated that all the stuff was done properly.
Okay.
But they end up in your possession where you physically have the pants
Yes, on the 19th.
on the 19th.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Now in this scenario, in the scenario of events at that point in time, all you were aware of is, my understanding is that this alleged sexual encounter with Miss Liggins, the oral thing.
What Scott Adams, like his the way he's presenting some of these things is a little comical. I'm sorry.
The oral thing, yeah, he keeps calling it that. He's avoiding the.
And all
He
that
doesn't want to
stuff.
call it sodomy either.
Yeah.
No.
I get it. It's just funny.
That is correct. Yes.
Now, as this investigation continued, you became aware that actually there was a lady by the name of Ms. Lyles that allegedly happened immediately before Ms. Liggins.
Sir, I'm going to be really honest with you.
Yes, ma'am.
I do not know the order of contact or anything. I just can give you the dates that I received the buccal swabs from the various individuals.
Okay. You would agree with me that you did not find any DNA evidence on Officer Holtzclaw's zipper area to Ms. Liggins, correct?
That is correct, yes.
You would also agree with me that Ms. Lyles, you found no DNA evidence around the zipper area of the pants we've been talking about of Ms. Lyles.
Is that Kay Lyles? Is that?
Yes, ma'am. Kayla Lyles.
That is correct, yes.
Does it make any difference to you that Ms. Lyles was claiming that there was a vaginal intercourse in her encounter with Officer Holtzclaw prior to Ms. Gardner?
Sir, whatever I find at this point is a biological material, and I'm just trying to determine who it could be, who it could or could not be matched to.
Okay. And there's not a way to quantify the, and I think we might have already covered this, but if we haven't, I want to be clear. There's not a way to quantify how long this material has been there or how much of it there is, correct?
I quantitate it after it's extracted so I don't overload our system. And I can tell you a quantity, but as far as when it may or may not have been deposited, I can't tell you that.
Okay. But you certainly agree with me that it could have been a secondary transfer.
From Ms.
The one that you did find.
Gardner?
Yes, ma'am.
I can't disagree with that.
Okay.
Again, like I said, I have to say it is a biological material.
But there is a way that we could go back and even confirm more fairly that it would be a secondary transfer, such as if you had tested the pockets. Did you ever test the pockets of Officer Holtzclaw's pants?
The pockets?
Yes, ma'am. The inside of his pockets.
No, sir, I did not.
Did you test any other area of Officer Holtzclaw's pants other than what you testified here in court, which basically is the outside and inside of the zipper area?
That is correct.
Okay. There was no other area on the pants?
No, sir.
You would also agree with me that one of the forensic tools that a lot of DNA analysts use is a forensic lighting to determine whether or not there's any biological material on a piece of clothing, for instance.
I did not use an alternate light source, but I did have a very bright light in my work area that I examined the pants with, and that has a magnifying glass.
And you found nothing on there suspicious in your opinion?
I did not.
Okay. So when Mr. Geiger says you did not find a DNA of Officer Holtzclaw on the pants, which we know are his, but really the truth is you did not find DNA on the zipper area on the outside or the inside that you've testified about testing, correct?
That is correct, sir.
You did not test, for instance, the inside of the pant leg
No,
or the waist area.
no.
Simply what you testified to.
I testified. I only tested the inside and the outside of the zipper front area of Mr. Holtzclaw's pants.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, if I may. Ms. Taylor, I want to ask you about a couple scenarios based on, I think, on what Mr. Adams was asking you about. First of all, we talked about secondary transfers, correct?
Yes.
As I understand what you told him is it would be possible if I walked up and touched your arm and then put my hand in my pocket, your DNA might be there?
It's possible.
Is that the context of what you were telling him, that anything is possible?
Yes, sure.
That aliens could have put it there? That is possible.
Yes.
Ma'am, would it be less likely if I walked up and touched your clothing, not your skin, as if I was searching you? Parts I couldn't see, okay? That if I was an officer and I needed to search you, I wouldn't need to touch your exposed arm or your legs if you were wearing shorts and a tank top, right?
I wouldn't think so.
Okay. So if I did need to search you and I touched the outside of your clothing, in your opinion, would it be less likely for that transfer to occur?
Generally, it would be the areas inside
Right.
that touch your skin and move where you would find.
And common sense would tell me that the likelihood of me getting transfer DNA touching your skin is much greater than if I was doing a search of you and backhanding you as a search or front-handing you as a search and touching your clothes to see if you had weapons or drugs underneath your clothing, correct? Common sense would tell us that.
Correct.
All right. Similarly, men, if transfer DNA was possible,
Uh-huh.
and let's say, for example, that a Derek Gardner, hypothetically, if a Derek Gardner's DNA did get on Officer Holtzclaw's hand for some reason, would him putting his hand in his pockets give you evidence of a sexual assault occurring?
No, it would just be epithelial cells in his pockets.
But could it be significant if a Derek Gardner's DNA was found first of all on the outside of his pants, but also on the inside of his pants? Because typically, and I don't have to demonstrate, do people normally walk around with their hands inside their pants touching things?
Not that I'm aware of.
Ma'am, again, common sensically. The jury's heard some testimony that officers sometimes, generally, don't undo their gun belt whenever they use the restroom when they're on duty. They just unzip their flies. So they would be touching their pants, correct?
I would assume so.
And unzipping.
Yes.
Common sense. But even with that motion, did you find Officer Holtzclaw's own DNA on his pants where he might touch his pants to unzip them with his belt on? Did you find the transfer from his hand to his pants? Did you get that?
No, I did not.
Do you have an opinion? And would it be more likely than if the secondary transfer was from Officer Holtzclaw's penis going into Adara Gardner's 17-year-old vagina? Oh, for fuck's
God.
Your Honor, object to the form of the question.
sake. God.
Come up. State your objection.
First of all, it's leading, but secondary, he's talking about a 17-year-old vagina, and I object to it. He's just trying to draw sympathy from the jury, and I object to it.
I'm going to sustain the form of the question, the way you started the question, and then gave your question.
I said hypothetically, if this was the facts. I thought that's what I said, Your Honor.
No, you said something along the lines, would it be more likely? I think you said, would it in fact be more likely, in your opinion, if?
Okay, all right. I'll rephrase.
And Your Honor, I also want to state for the record in her report, I don't have any of these hypotheticals listed out of what she's going to testify to them. And so all I did was bring up a secondary transfers. He said it could have been, now he's giving her hypothetical, which I've never been notified of. So I object for those reasons also.
All right.
Ms. Taylor, hypothetically, could a second transfer occur if Officer Holtzclaw's penis went into, he's going to do it again, into the
Apparently.
17-year-old vagina of Adara Gardner, and then he removed it and put it back in his pants through, without undoing his gun belt, but just through his zipper?
It's possible, yes.
I thought he sustained that objection.
He did.
He did to the form of the question.
Well, he used the same form.
He did.
Well, this time he used hypothetically this time. I mean,
But
hypothetically.
it's not hypothetical if he's saying an officer's
Her name.
Yeah, at
His name and her name.
Yeah, that's, to me, that's no longer hypothetical. But
That's right. I agree totally. It should have not been allowed.
Wow.
And anyway.
yeah, that's just me.
He completely ignored the judge.
Yeah,
Why didn't Adams
Yeah.
object again? I mean,
I don't know.
The judge likes him a lot, so it's all good. He and the judge are buddies.
yeah.
Yep.
And is that consistent with the location of the DNA evidence that you found? It matches Adara Gardner on his pants?
It is consistent with the biological material I found, consistent with Miss Gardner.
See, right here, she's agreeing with a hypothetical that you just stated, and it's not true at all.
Yeah.
Anyway, I apologize for interrupting.
Right?
No, it's legitimate comment. It's why we read this shit.
It's such bullshit.
Again, counsel asked if you would expect to find Adara Gardner's DNA in her purse. Do you remember that question?
Yes, sir.
In this case, we didn't find Officer Holtzclaw's DNA on his pants, where you would expect someone to touch their pants whenever they're unzipping them, correct?
Object to the form, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Counsel asked about the amylase, or the test to determine whether or not you could tell if there was saliva found on Officer Holtzclaw's pants. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And counsel correctly pointed out that in the beginning of this investigation, the information you had was an oral allegation contact with Janie Liggins and Officer Holtzclaw's penis, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Why did you not do that saliva test?
I told you I would not run the saliva test because, number one, if it's a visualizing exam. If you look for digestion of starch by amylase, you also have to use urine, semen, and serum from.
Let's be real clear. Urine, I know what that is. Semen, I know what that is. When you say serum, what do you mean?
It's serum is when you spin down a tube of blood, you have the packed red blood cells at the bottom and a buffy coat in the center, and then you have a yellow straw colored coating, which is the serum part of your blood, and we use that.
And Ms. Taylor, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure. When you say spin down, part of extracting blood evidence, you put it in a machine that spins it around and separates the cells, correct?
If we have a tube.
Okay, and that's what, when you say spin down, that's what you mean?
Right. But this is like a laboratory that does a lot of blood work. And you have to have that serum level, the straw colored coat of the blood that has most all of the DNA in it. The other reason I refuse to do the saliva test or the amylase test in our laboratory is ASCLD accredited, is that our laboratory is ASCLD accredited and we proficiency test every 6 months. And the amylase test is not one of the tests that we used to proficiency test. Now, I could have done it later on if I had run an amylase test with a proficiency and then was considered proficient in that. It was part of all of my old serology training. I ran a lot of amylase tests, but things have changed and regulations have.
Ma'am, when you say serology training, you're using words we haven't defined.
I'm sorry.
What is serology training?
Serology is the study of blood and body fluids.
Okay. So that's, again, talking about blood.
Yes.
Not talking about.
Correct.
Saliva.
But now everything has moved away from serology. I mean, we use it to locate our stains, but everything has moved away from serology as basics, and we've moved to DNA analysis. And it's biological material and DNA analysis. And at the time, I felt that an amylase test would not have aided anybody in this investigation of this particular case.
You were trying to see if there was DNA evidence potentially initially from Janie Liggins.
Yes.
On that area of his uniform.
That is correct, yes.
You found DNA evidence that was female evidence.
Correct.
But at that time, we didn't know who it belonged to.
That is correct. That is absolutely correct.
Just to object to the form, Your Honor.
Sustained.
It was leading. I'm sorry.
Sure.
Oops.
Ma'am, in addition to the comparisons of all the alleged victims.
Yes.
And getting their profiles.
Yes.
You told counsel that you also inquired of the of the detectives that you wanted to find out is there any potential family members who could have had contact with his pants, correct?
That is correct.
Was an individual named Carrie Hunt identified as the defendant's girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, do you know whether or not, did anyone ever tell you that the defendant in this case had alleged that he began to have vaginal intercourse with her sometime around, ballparking it, 3 to 4 in the morning on June the 18th? Did you know that information?
Outside the scope.
All right, come up.
All I did was talk about Lyles, Liggins, and Gardner, and that's it. I never talked about anybody else. This is outside the scope, and I object.
He talked about how it was unlikely, how Kayla Lyles had contact, allegedly, with the defendant's penis after Adara Gardner. She also responded that I wanted to, yes, that was significant. I wanted to find out who all potentially could have had contact with his pants. Similarly, this defendant has now stated during his interview, which is in evidence, that after Adara Gardner's contact, after any contact he had with Kayla Lyles, and after any contact he had with Janie Liggins, he says he put his penis in the vagina of Carrie Hunt.
No, he didn't.
And the point is that her DNA profile was obtained, and it's not there. That's all I'm going to ask.
First of all, that is not what Daniel said in
that.
his interrogation.
Nope.
And the court says the issue, though, that the objection goes to is being outside the scope of the cross-examination.
That's why I don't think it is.
It was brought up about other people and other family members that it could have, but this witness responded to. You've now gone into that area. Mr. Adams, I'll let you recross on that. I'll allow it since something was brought up about it.
Ma'am, was an individual named Carrie Hunt's DNA profile also obtained in this investigation?
Yes, it was, sir.
And did you run a comparison to see if it was possible that her DNA was in fact on the defendant's pants, where in the area where his penis would typically be?
She was excluded as a potential contributor to any of the profiles I had in this case.
Wasn't her DNA?
That's correct.
And that would be true regardless. Well, let me rephrase. Counsel had asked you about contact with Kayla Lyles after the contact with the Derek Gardner, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes,
You said you don't know the order of the contact.
that's correct.
Do you know the order of the alleged contact between Derek Gardner, Kayla Lyles, Janie Liggins, and Carrie Hunt?
The only thing I know is that Janie Liggins was the first victim I did anything with.
But as far as when the officers came in contact with them, in the relevant time periods, do you know who was first, second, third, or fourth?
I would have to say Janie Liggins was last.
That's what you think?
Yes, that's what I think.
All right. Listen to the question, and if you just answer the question that was asked.
Do you know the order of the contact?
I do not.
All right. Pass the witness.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Is there a because I'm on
Go ahead.
What?
Are there
Go
more?
ahead.
Nope. That's
Okay.
it.
Cool.
No, we're fixing to finish. I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. That's all she wrote. No cross on the carry thing.
Yeah, I really think he should have clarified that with the jury. Maybe he does somewhere else. I don't know, but he should have addressed that because he didn't have relations with Carrie, his girlfriend, or he didn't say that he did in his interviews. It's the best I can remember.
Yeah. I don't know. Well,
Well, can I just make a comment?
please do.
It's a totally ridiculous comparison for a start. One will presume that Daniel would disrobe of all his clothes if he's making love to his girlfriend, right? The allegation.
You would think, Doug.
So these stupid idiots are presuming that because his girlfriend's DNA is not on his pants, it meant that he was making love or going to make love to his girlfriend with his clothes on. Those idiots never thought, jeepers, I wonder if Daniel actually disrobed and took all of his clothes off, which would then simply indicate why his girlfriend's DNA is not on the pants. And that's all the bloody defense attorney had to say, right? Your Honor, these rapes or allegations of rape occurred when Daniel Holtzclaw was fully dressed, sir. He pulled his penis out and they performed these alleged acts. Is it possible, Your Honor, that my client actually disrobed when he went to bed with his girlfriend? There you go, Your Honor. That's why you don't find her DNA on his pants. End of story. It's as simple as that, honestly.
Yep.
Well, he might have also taken a shower.
Correct.
Yeah.
100% correct. So you could see the deception that they were using, saying, well, wait a minute. He allegedly had sexual intercourse or was trying to have sexual intercourse with his girlfriend. Then why isn't her DNA there? So they were trying to counteract. You know what they were trying to do?
That's why the others weren't there.
Some of the victims didn't have their DNA on the pants as well. So it was an allegation of rape. So can you see why it's such an unfair and unrealistic comparison, right?
The judge should have absolutely thrown that shit out.
Correct. All the defense attorney had to say was, Your Honor, do you believe that my client was driving around in his patrol car completely naked? Right.
Absolutely.
That's all he had to
That's
say.
right. That's right.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, that's all the transcript we have. So that means that we can proceed with what the goods. We can explore Dr. Silkman's presentation, and he can explain a lot of stuff to us that we just are still twirling around in our brains.
Sweet.
So
awesome.
If you're ready, Doc, you just tell me what you want to do, and we'll.
I am ready. So basically, I think I've got 4 slides altogether because you actually showed the slides of the pants. And so I really don't think it's really necessary to show those slides again of the pants, unless are the pants at the beginning or at the end?
No, they're at the end. Yeah, they're just at the end.
So what I'm going to attempt to do is to basically go through, say I was presenting this in a court, and the jury is listening and the judge is there. This is the way I would explain it. Essentially, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to go through all of the DNA evidence, but I'm going to go through the evidence which I consider to be critical and crucial. I'm not going to blame anyone who had given testimony. I'm not going to refer to anyone's testimony like Miss Gardner or her mother. I'm going to stick straight to the DNA forensic evidence. That's exactly what I do in any case that I look at. And I really want to apologize that I hadn't done this earlier, because this was actually much more revealing than what I had ever thought. It's actually quite shocking. So I reckon if we put up slide 1, which is the genomic DNA profiles, and I'll go through that. And basically, Rhonda, I'll tell you when to move on to the next slide. All right. So hopefully everyone can see it. All right. So what I'll do, I'll go through the explanations. If there's something that you do not understand or someone in chat doesn't understand, hey, interrupt me. It's interactive. But just as a warning, if my nurse comes to my front door, I'll just have to go for about a minute or so to tell my nurse to come back later. Is that okay, guys? All cool?
That's cool with us.
Okay, awesome. All right. So really, let's talk about what Miss Taylor presented during the trial. So whenever you're doing a DNA investigation, right? Whenever you're looking at a crime scene and you're doing a DNA investigation, it's absolutely crucial that you obtain what's known as DNA standards, right? So you must have a robust, clean genomic DNA profile from potential victims and your suspect or suspects or defendant, right? And so in this particular chart, I want to just point out 3 very important people here. And there was a lot of discussion in Miss Taylor's presentation to the jury and the judge. There are 3 people I want you to pay attention to. In yellow, we have Jay Liggins. In blue, we have Daniel Holtzclaw, who's the defendant. And in red, a pinkish color, right down the bottom, we have Adira Gardner. Now, let's go through this table so people can understand what the hell they're talking about. So basically, Miss Taylor performed what is known as she obtained what is known as an STR profile, short tandem repeat profile. So she looked at 15 individual loci, and she also looked at a gender marker to determine whether the sample was male or female, using a marker called amelogenin. And amelogenin is the third one from the right, where you see it's in red, and underneath that column, you'll see that for J. ligands, she's an X. Now, the proper way to write this out is to actually have an XX. So when you're a female, you have 2 X chromosomes. Okay, that's the sex marker. If you're a male, and you can see it one step below in Daniel Holtzclaw column under amelogenin, he's an X and a Y, right? So he has an X chromosome and a Y chromosome. And quite clearly, Adira Gardner, right down below, is an XX. She's a female. Okay, so what do all these numbers mean? There's no way the jury would have understood what all this meant. They would have looked at it and thought, what the hell? But it's actually very simple. So on the very, very top, you'll see things like D8S1179, others are CSF1PO. That's referred to as a locus. And a locus is a specific region of DNA on your chromosome. Okay, we all have them. And as you can see, there were a total of 15 different loci that Miss Taylor had tested. This is a standard PCR kit that someone like Cherie Cohane used exactly the same type of kit. So we have 15 individual loci that were tested, and also the gender marker amelogenin. So the way Miss Taylor would have processed this, she would have obtained buccal swabs from Liggins, Holtzclaw, and Gardner. Just these 3 examples. She then would have prepared genomic DNA from the buccal swabs. She would have then quantitated the DNA to determine the concentration. Then she would have taken a sample and did a PCR analysis to obtain a unique genomic DNA profile of Liggins, Holtzclaw, and Gardner. And these are the results that we see in the table. And what you notice, I'll give you an example. For J. Liggins, where it is the third locus in, the D7S820, you'll see a 10. Now, technically speaking, that should be 10-10. So she would have inherited an allele from her mother, which was a 10. She would have inherited an allele from her father, which also was a 10. But by convention, we write just a 10. So that person is said to be homozygous for that particular locus. If you look at the next one along for CSF1PO, you'll see that J. Liggins is an actual 6 and 10. They're the 2 alleles. We say that for the CSF1PO locus, she is heterozygous. She inherited, for example, a 6 from her mother and a 10 from her father. These profiles are very important because it shows that Liggins, Holtzclaw, and also, if we can go back just one more, and Gardner have all unique profiles. Okay? So in other words, that's all Taylor had to say. Hey, look, Your Honor, each individual has a unique genomic DNA profile. They're the only ones that have this profile on planet Earth. The only other person that would have an identical profile is if they had a genetic twin. So, guys, is everyone happy with that explanation? Is everyone a DNA expert now? Did that actually help?
It
Yep.
did help.
Yes.
Okay. So again, guys, the important thing here is that we have 3 unique genomic DNA profiles, one from J. Liggins, one from Daniel Holtzclaw, and the other one from A. Gardner. Okay, so guys, don't be scared. If you've got questions, ask them. Okay, so this is the working sheet that Taylor worked from. Okay, can we have slide 2, Rhonda? All right, so this is where it gets interesting. So J. Liggins, she had actually claimed oral sodomy by Daniel Holtzclaw. Basically, that Daniel had placed his penis inside her mouth. Now, the important thing is this. J. Liggins went for a SANE analysis. Okay, so she went, I think, to a local hospital, and there was the sexual assault nurse did an examination on J. Liggins, and she said, hey, there was oral sodomy that took place. That's why they did an oral wash. Okay, so basically what they would have done is given a solution to put inside J. Liggins' mouth. She swished it to basically remove any type of epithelial cells or sperm cells that were present in her mouth, and then she would have spat all that out in a container. But notice what else they did. They did an external swab of her mouth around on the outside of her mouth, just in case Daniel had touched her on her face or his penis had touched her on her face as well. So that was almost like a control. The other thing that they would have obtained from J. Liggins would have been a buccal swab. And in slide number 1, we've seen the genomic DNA profile of J. Liggins. So that's used as a standard. So now, this is important. What Elaine Taylor did next was she took the oral wash from J. Liggins and she spun it down. She centrifuged the cells down. And she did a very important step. She separated that fraction into 2 different fractions. You can see it as Epi1 oral wash and SF oral wash. Epi1 is the epithelial fraction. So in other words, were there any epithelial cells from Daniel in J. Liggins' mouth? Secondly, she also did a sperm fraction. The purpose of doing the sperm fraction was any of Daniel Holtzclaw's sperm inside J. Liggins' mouth. So you have to do extra steps to break down the sperm to get the DNA. So Miss Taylor did a perfect job. She was able to separate the oral wash into 2 fractions, epithelial fraction and sperm fraction. She also had a control swab outside of J. Liggins' mouth. So what she did next was she ran a genomic DNA profile of Epi1 oral wash, sperm fraction oral wash, and external mouth. To her horror, guys, and in chat and on the panel, do you see any profile that doesn't belong to J. Liggins? Yes or no?
No.
I do not.
That is a big no. And that's why you could tell in the court, oh my God, there is no, let me repeat this, there is no DNA profile belonging to Daniel Holtzclaw in Jay Ligon's mouth, around Jay Ligon's mouth, there are no epithelial cells. There are no sperm cells belonging to Daniel Holtzclaw in Jay Ligon's mouth and around her mouth. None whatsoever. So the question is, why was Daniel Holtzclaw charged with oral sodomy of Jay Ligon's? Can anyone explain that, please?
I also have a question for you.
Yes.
How likely would it be if Daniel actually did put his penis in her mouth that she would have epithelial cells in there or DNA?
From Daniel?
Yeah.
I would say
If it,
absolutely. I would say
yeah.
absolutely. Remember. Now I don't want to be too crude here. She's got teeth, right? And teeth are going to be abrasive. Teeth on a penis, both the foreskin and also the shaft of the penis, you're going to start ripping cells. You're going to start ripping skin cells. There's no question about it, right? So remember, they did an oral wash and they separated it into two fractions, epithelial layer and sperm layer. So this is a thorough examination of inside her mouth, and it came negative, which means there is absolutely no evidence of any form of oral sex taking place between Daniel Holtzclaw and Jay Ligon's. Do you guys
And
agree?
and nothing on his pants.
That's the next thing I was going to get to. Right?
Okay, no, I'm sorry, Doc.
I do have a question. Is there a different profile? Well, is pre-ejaculate going to be the exact same thing as regular semen? I mean, is it the same components or?
Well, look, I must admit, I'm not an expert in terms of looking at penile secretions, but a lot of research has been done in that particular area. I would dare say it would be almost impossible for a male to hold back all his sperm in pre-ejaculation, right?
Okay.
Right. It will be, you think about it, right? You've got several 100 million sperm just waiting to come out of the penis. Are you trying to tell me that Daniel Holtzclaw is such a master that he was able to hold back all his sperm? And in actual fact, no epithelial cells from his penis actually went inside Jay Ligon's mouth. Now, let's be realistic here. So Jay Ligon's, the only way she could explain this by saying, oh, he didn't ejaculate, right? So in other words, what you're getting both ends of the sword here. One, Jay Ligon's is claiming, hey, oral sodomy took place. He put his penis in my mouth. Well, guess what? The forensic evidence proved otherwise. And you notice there is not one allele, not one, belonging to Daniel Holtzclaw, despite having an oral mouthwash, separating the oral mouthwash into two fractions, the epithelial fraction, a sperm fraction, and doing a control swab around her mouth. Not one allele, not even one Y chromosome came up. That's a bust. That is a bust right there.
But not only that, Dr. Silkman, there's not any from any other person either. This isn't a mixture.
That's correct.
It's her own, only her own DNA in her own mouth and around her own mouth.
That's correct. This is one of the best results you could ever get. It's a pure, clean, robust result belonging to one person and one person only, and that is Jay Ligon's. And that's why Taylor said, unfortunately, and that's why Giga immediately diverted to another area. He did not want to touch it. So any competent defense attorney in an appeal would simply say, hey, Jay Ligon's DNA was pure when you did the oral wash. My client's DNA is not present in her mouth or around her mouth. why have you charged my client with oral sodomy? And he got, how many years did he get for doing this to Jay Liggins?
Was she the 50 years? I can't remember.
It was a long period of time. I remember reading it.
Decades, yes.
So think about this. This is the implication. And I'm sorry to be crude. I'm sorry to be crass. A female can now claim that she's been orally raped by any male on the planet, have no forensic evidence of any form of oral rape or oral sodomy, and that person is going to what? Go to prison for 50 years with no forensic evidence. Guys, have they fucking lost their minds in Oklahoma or what?
Completely.
This is
Hey,
absolutely mind-blowing.
it's worse. It's actually worse in Daniel's case, but it happens with other criminal cases. But it's along the same lines as what happened and this is a civil trial, but it doesn't matter. It's along the same thinking that the Deb Heard deal, civil trial. All these claims of blah blah blah, but no proof of anything, and it destroyed his fucking career. Just destroyed it.
Words.
That is correct. And let me tell you right now, guys, the worst thing that you can say to a male is to say that they raped you or they were molesting children. Being accused of rape or child molestation, especially for a male, is a career ender. And unfortunately for poor Daniel, he copped a huge number of years in prison with no forensic evidence. The forensic evidence actually exonerated Daniel Holtzclaw of oral sodomy to Jay Liggins. It is clear as a bell. There are absolutely no alleles anywhere, but it gets worse. It gets worse. So, guys, are there any questions? Have I confused everybody? Oh, she never mentioned about the use of a condom, right? Never mentioned the use of a condom,
Nope.
as far as I'm aware.
That's right.
As far as I'm aware, right? So, Jay Liggins allegedly said he unzipped his pants, put his penis in my mouth, and that was it, right? She never said, as far as I'm aware, use of a condom, etc., etc. If you look at those results, there is nothing pertaining to Daniel Holtzclaw. I can't understand why he was charged, because I believe when they interviewed Rocky and Bullwinkle, she said, Kim Davis said, yeah, I believe her testimony. Let me tell you right now, the ramifications of this means that no male on this planet is now safe from an allegation of oral rape. All of us are in big, deep trouble. Does everyone understand that?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yep. All right. But it actually gets worse. So quite clearly, now this is important, guys. Jay Liggins immediately had a SANE test, right? It wasn't like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I believe it was that night.
Yes.
Correct? It was that night. So hence, if a sexual assault had taken place, if oral sodomy had taken place, there would have been evidence of it because the test was done immediately. Guys, do you agree?
Correct.
Right.
Correct. This is the best outcome. So Daniel Holtzclaw has got nothing to answer for. He should have been exonerated from any form of oral sodomy to Jay Liggins. There is no evidence of it at all. And the fact that Rocky and Bullwinkle sided with Jay Liggins instead of their own officer who puts his life on the line every fucking day is completely mind-blowing. Oops, I wasn't going to talk about other people, right?
Well, you're human.
Correct. Now, wait, it gets better. Are we able to have a look at slide number 3?
Yeah, I guess.
Is there any more questions on slide number 2?
No, I'm just like, if it's getting worse, I don't want to look at it.
Oh, no. This is an absolute ripper. Jack 61 said a very important point. He goes, okay, you didn't find any evidence of Daniel Holtzclaw DNA inside a Jay Liggins' mouth or outside of her mouth. What about on Daniel's pants? Hey, right? Now, I'm sorry, but oral sex can be quite messy, right? You've got an exchange, I'm sorry for being crass, but you've got an exchange of fluids, right? So the question is this. Now, are there any fluids from Jay Ligon's mouth? Are they present on Daniel Holtzclaw's pants, right? Is that a fair hypothesis? Guys, am I crazy or what? Is that a fair hypothesis?
Should be there.
Absolutely. Yep.
I think
Right?
so. Yeah.
That is a fair hypothesis, right? He's placing his penis inside her mouth, and you've got fluid, natural fluid that builds up saliva, epithelial cells, potential sperm, you name it. They tested his pants, right? So Miss Taylor took 2 swabs and she obtained 17Q1, 17Q2. She did genomic DNA profiling of both swabs. That's Q1 and Q2. These are the swabs on the outside of the pants, right? Where you would expect the lips of Jay Ligon's to contact with the pants. There would be saliva, sperm, you name it, everywhere. His pants should have lit up like a Christmas tree. To their horror, did Taylor find Miss Ligon's genomic DNA profile on Daniel Holtzclaw's pants in Q1 and Q2?
No.
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 No. So look at this. There's no evidence of any of Daniel's DNA inside the mouth of Jay Ligon's, around her mouth, or on his pants. Despite having oral sex, there is zero forensic evidence against Daniel Holtzclaw for any type of sexual assault on Jay Ligon's. Can you tell me why he was given all those years for her sexual assault?
Well, he had to have time for hers because she's the one that started this whole shit show.
She's
So,
been to
Correct.
the media.
yeah.
Correct. Except there was no forensic evidence. None. Not even an allele. Nothing. So on the pants of Daniel Holtzclaw in Q1 and in Q2, there was absolutely no evidence of any of Jay Ligon's DNA on his pants, despite claiming that she was orally sodomized. Nothing. So can someone explain to me, if you're going to convict Daniel Holtzclaw for a sexual assault on Jay Ligon's, no male on this earth is now safe?
I would agree with that, Doc.
And I simply cannot work it out. Now, this is where it gets very, very interesting. And you guys are going to explode on this. So, we now know that there's zero forensic evidence of any type of oral sodomy taking place, right, involving Jay Ligon's. But Miss Taylor obtained an unknown genomic DNA profile on Q1 and Q2. But if you have a look at the alleles which are present under each of those columns, you will immediately tell it's an absolute mess. So in other words, to summarize it, you do not have one clean profile. You've got multiple alleles. That immediately tells you one thing. You have multiple contributors. Guys, do you agree?
Absolutely.
Yep.
So I'll give you an example. If you have a look at D8S1179, which is the very first column in Q1, look how many alleles were discovered. You've got 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh my God, that's a mixture, which means that you don't have one profile in there. you've got multiple contributors to that genomic profile. But what you note is this. In Q2, which is the other side of the fly, you also have multiple alleles appearing in most of the columns. So, for example, in Q2, under D8S1179, you've got 10, 14, 11, 12, 13, 15. Oh my God, you've got multiple contributors. But guess what? There is no DNA from J. ligands at all, right? Now, Miss Taylor said to Rocky and Bullwinkle, we've got a problem. I can't find J. ligands DNA present in any of the Q1 and Q2 swabs, but there is an unknown genomic profile that belongs to a female, right? Because they got an X chromosome under amelogenin. So they're saying is, we have an unknown female genomic DNA profile on Q1 and Q2. That's why Rocky and Bullwinkle went out and started interviewing all of the women that Daniel had stopped. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yeah. Yes.
That's right.
They had to find somebody.
They had to find someone. So if you actually go back, just Rhonda, to slide number 1, which I put up previously, slide number 1, have a look who they picked out. They got a lot of different women, but they also got A. Gardner. And you can see her genomic DNA profile right there. So once Miss Taylor had all the genomic DNA profiles in her computer, what the program did, if we go back to slide number 3, just Rhonda, if we go back to slide number 3, what the computer did was, hey, guess what? You've got a genomic DNA profile belonging to A. Gardner, and it's a perfect match. Does everyone on the panel and in chat get that?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the computer said, hey, guess what? You've got A. Gardner's genomic DNA profile, full genomic DNA profile present in Q1 and Q2, right? So now A. Gardner, what she claimed was that she was raped by Daniel Holtzclaw, penis to vagina, right? And so now the question is, wait a minute, if her DNA is on Q1 and Q2, what about the inside of the pants? And what we'll do is we'll quickly go to slide number 4. We'll go back to slide 3 in a second. So now Miss Taylor had swabbed the inside of Daniel Holtzclaw's pants, Q3 and Q4. And lo and behold, you have the full genomic DNA profile belonging to A. Gardner in Q3 and in Q4. Guys, can everyone see that?
Yes.
Yep.
So they identified who that unknown female was. It was A. Gardner. So let's quickly go back to slide number 3. So there's no question about it, guys. A. Gardner's DNA is in Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4. But I did a bit of investigating, and Taylor said, oh, no, we can exclude Daniel Holtzclaw. No. He's not a contributor. But guess what? Now, have a look at this. Even though on this page, I don't have Daniel Holtzclaw genomic DNA profile, I do on slide 4, but let's have a look at this table here. Daniel Holtzclaw for D8S, that's the first one, happens to be a 13 and a 16. Guys, do we see a 13 in there?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, we do. I've highlighted in blue. Daniel Holtzclaw for the second locus, D21, is a 30. Do you see a 30 in that profile?
Absolutely.
Yes, you do. Now, this is going to blow your mind. For DS8, D7S8, Daniel is a 9 and a 10. He has the exact profile as a gardener at that locus. Do you see a 9 and a 10 for D7S?
Yep.
Yes, you do. You see two alleles, 9 and 10. For CSF, Daniel is a 10 and a 12. Do you see a 10 and a 12?
Yep.
Yes. For the next one, Daniel is a 16 and an 18. Do you see a 16 and an 18 in those profiles? Yes,
Absolutely.
you do. And look at the next one. For TH01, Daniel is a 6 and a 9.3. Do you see a 6 and a 9.3?
Yep.
Yes, you do. And if you go all the way across, I've highlighted the common alleles of Daniel in Q1 and Q2.
Why the hell would Elaine Taylor say what she said?
Because no one picked it up. No one picked it up. And to
And
make
it's-
matters worse, under amelogenin, do you see a Y chromosome?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the contributors is none other than Daniel Holtzclaw himself.
Doc.
Q1 and Q2. Yes.
Why wouldn't the computer pick that up?
Well, you see, what Miss Taylor did was because obviously his DNA must have been at a lower level. So she basically said, okay, any value that's below a certain number, I'm going to ignore, right? But her own experimental results have shown that in just about every one of those loci, you find the alleles belonging to Daniel Holtzclaw. And to make matters worse, there are DNA alleles from another person in there as well. So you have a mixture. So for Miss Taylor to say you can exclude Daniel Holtzclaw, I beg to differ. You can
All
see
bullshit.
You can see Daniel's alleles across the board. And most incriminating, you have his Y chromosome because he's a male, right? So this was not explained to the jury. Miss Taylor never said, oh, by the way, a high percentage of those loci show alleles coming from Daniel Holtzclaw. It wasn't a robust profile, agree? However, there's quite a few alleles that have come up. Now, this is going to blow your mind. Remember Teresa Horbach? Remember item BZ? How they found 7 out of 15? And they said, it's got to be Teresa Horbach, 1 in a billion. How come Taylor never did the analogous comparison to say, Your Honor, the chance of that being Daniel Holtzclaw is 1 in whatever. She never did it. She completely ignored every allele that came from Daniel Holtzclaw.
So it's law of omission.
Correct. So guys,
Wow.
can you see?
So basically, by doing that, they're saying, this touch DNA, it's bullshit.
Well, what they were trying to say was this. Hey, how can it possibly be touch DNA if Daniel's own DNA is not on his fly?
Yeah.
However, I
Right.
beg to differ, Your Honor. You can clearly see Daniel's alleles right across the board. Right?
Absolutely.
But
Doc, I don't want to change the subject, but I do have a question. And before I forget to ask you, and we get too far along, they talked a little bit about different light source. And I know this has been I know this has come up before.
Yes.
And Elaine Taylor really just kind of blew it off. Well, I had a bright light and a magnifying glass, so that was really kind of enough.
Correct.
In your opinion, yeah. Okay, go ahead. I mean, if you have an opinion on that, or if you're going to talk about it, I'll just let you talk about it whenever you're prepared. And the second thing is this amalgamase test about the saliva. Amylase. Yeah, if you know, at some point, if you don't have it in your presentation, can you talk about that a little bit? Because again, to me, she blew it off to me.
Yes, correct. And the reason why she blew it off is because she never did the test. Now, when it actually comes to the alternative light source, that was a huge red flag right there. If you're going to test for any type of biological fluid on the Daniel Holtzclaw's pants, on the outside and on the inside, the use of an alternative light source is absolutely essential to do, because it meant that if there was any fluid or epithelial cells or sperm or saliva or urine present on the pants, an alternative light source would have fluoresced like a Christmas tree.
Dr. Silkman, can I just make a comment?
Of course.
So I have never, ever believed that she did not use an alternate light source. She used an alternate light source on all the Rosetta grade evidence. I believe she used an alternate light source on these pants. And because they were, he had worn them 2 or 3 shifts, there's going to be all kinds of stuff on those pants. Whether it's food or, we don't know what the things are. And that would mean they were going to have to send them off for further testing, which they absolutely did not want to do because it would have exonerated Daniel. So they just said, oh, we didn't do that. That's just my theory.
Oh, I agree.
Ridiculous.
It is actually standard procedure to use an alternative light source to basically test for stains like semen, right? So that's the very, very first thing you do. It'll take approximately 30 seconds to do. You take a photograph, you note where the stains are, you do your swabbing appropriately. The mere fact that they only looked at one small regions of his pants is an absolute disgrace. Absolute disgrace. For example, there could have been evidence of some type of sexual type of trauma that could have been present anywhere on the pants, and they never tested it because they never looked and used an alternative light source. So hence, primary evidence that should have been checked was not. I tend to agree with you because if she used the alternative light source and saw nothing, there goes her case.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
how on earth can they claim transfer by vaginal fluid if the alternative light source shows no such evidence?
Right.
Exactly.
But alternately, if there are some stains on the pants, then they're going to have to be tested further.
That's 100% correct.
And it's not going to be Daniel's. It's not going to be what they want it to be, and they know that.
Yeah.
That's 100% correct. So basically, you can skew your analysis to give an outcome that you want, and that's what's happened in this case. It's so freaking obvious. Can we go to slide number 4?
Yes, Doc. First of all, I wanted to. So Crockett said a few comments back. He said, so they only used primary DNA.
Well, they obtained the DNA from the swabs. So Elaine Taylor did 4 swabs altogether from Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. She had isolated the genomic DNA and did a PCR test. So hence now they do a genomic DNA profile, they put it in a computer, and then they do a database search. And that's how come A. Gardner's genomic profile came up. But she absolutely ignored all the other alleles that pertain to Daniel. That was a big mistake.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'm trying to. Okay. The next one.
Yeah. So if we have a look at slide 4, I'm nearly finished my presentation. Now this one here is an absolute ripper. So Miss Taylor swabbed Q3 and Q4. So she obtained the full genomic DNA profile belonging to a gardener. But conveniently, now have a look at this. Down below is Daniel's full genomic DNA profile. And underneath his profile, we have the full genomic DNA profile belonging to a gardener. This is what she never told the jury. Guys, can you see where it says common?
Yep.
You see down below? Well, guess what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 alleles are common between Daniel Holtzclaw and A. Gardner.
Wow. Holy crap.
Okay? So if you have a look at where I covered before, D7S, you can see that both Daniel and A. Gardner are both 9 and 10 at the D7S820 locus, which means that if you're going to count those two alleles for A. Gardner, you must also include those two alleles for Daniel Holtzclaw. Do you agree?
Absolutely.
Interesting. Yeah.
Right?
Very interesting.
And have a look down below where it says mix. So
Yep.
you can see that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 alleles belonging to Daniel, which are present in the mix in Q3 and Q4. And then by the time you add the common alleles, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 alleles that belong to Daniel
Wow.
in the mix. And according to Miss Taylor, Daniel is not a contributor.
Wow.
It's so misleading. Oh my God.
Well, that's
So-
just an out and out lie.
100%.
That's
So
it.
basically,
Well, Crockett has said Brady and ineffective counsel.
oh, no question. No
and
question.
I agree.
So let me tell you this. To blow all your minds, this is what you do. You MVAC the front and you MVAC inside, end the party. The state is going to be running for the hills. Because their whole basis is the fact that, hey, Daniel's DNA is not there. So how in the hell did A. Gardner's DNA got there? And Giga mischievously said it was from vaginal fluid. Well, guess what, guys? I did a lot of reading. I did a lot of researching. There's absolutely no presumptive test for vaginal fluid. Zero.
And
I
if,
think
and if
I
there
think you
were,
told me
he
that.
didn't do it. So you
No.
can't say that
No.
when you don't test.
I
She
thought
never.
we had learned there is a test for that.
It's
No, there's
presumptive.
not. No, there's
Oh.
not. So when we're looking at vaginal fluid, we're looking at a fluid that's free of cells, right? So in other words, they never tested. Taylor never tested for the presence of vaginal fluid. Giga mischievously said that the epithelial cells from a 17-year-old vagina got transferred onto the pants of Daniel Holtzclaw as a result of transfer in vaginal fluid. And guess what? Miss Taylor never tested, never did any presumptive tests, never even used an alternative light source to prove that the transmission of those epithelial cells were from the vagina. She never, ever proved it. And you know what? To Miss Taylor's defense, she never stated that at all. Giga misled the judge and the jury.
And you heard the jury's opinion of the DNA.
They had no idea. They had no idea.
No.
So
No. He thought it was vaginal.
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
So my final point is this. There are two competing hypotheses here, right? Either Daniel had vaginally raped a gardener, and that's how her epithelial cells got deposited on his pants through vaginal fluid. The other hypothesis is that Daniel Holtzclaw had touched a gardener while frisking her, while checking for drugs, while going through her purse, picked up epithelial cells and transferred them onto his pants in a non-intimate, non-sexual manner. And guess what? You cannot disprove it. You cannot disprove it, because Miss Taylor even said, Your Honor, I can't tell you how that DNA got on his pants. She was 100% correct. One day when Daniel gets out, there's a big civil suit coming Giga's way. A bit, and also Rocky and Bullwinkle. Big one.
Yeah. Well, that's the goal. That's the goal.
So
Did-
unfortunately,
Rhonda?
guys, Miss Taylor made a lot of mistakes in handling the forensic evidence and also presenting the forensic evidence to the jury and the court. Now, guys, the way I presented it, do you actually understand what I just went through?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
There you
Very-
go.
Yep. And
I'm
very
telling
quickly.
you right now, I did it succinctly, I did it quickly, I did it honestly, I didn't derive any conclusions. You saw the results with your own eyes. And you can clearly see the jury would have looked at this and said, holy shit, his DNA actually is there. What the hell are you talking about, lady? And you never proved a rape took place, as opposed to non-sexual, non-intimate DNA transfer, which we know absolutely takes place through touch DNA.
Yeah. Were you finished with the table part of your presentation? Bob?
Yes,
Okay.
unless there are any questions. And
I'm
thank you for
sure
putting
there's
up
questions.
with me.
I just put the pictures side by sides because it was really hard to follow the inside left flap, but outside flap right. So this kind of gives the viewers a better idea. This was the outside left, and the outside right. And
Correct.
then this is the inside left and the inside right.
It's inverted. It's inverted because the pants are put inside out.
Yes. Yeah, that's a much
That's
easier
really
way to explain it.
But would you agree that MVAC is your answer to this?
Oh,
MVAC
yeah.
is your answer to this shit show.
Yeah.
But Oklahoma doesn't commonly allow people to test things. That's how they.
Yeah, that's about
That's
right.
how they protect the conviction. Is they just say no. It's kind of like Wisconsin,
Yeah.
And so many states. It's
Texas.
just ridiculous.
Correct. And again, unfortunately, Miss Taylor made a lot of mistakes. She never tested for any presence of biological fluid, right? Now, there is no test for vaginal fluid, but she could have simply taken a swab and had a look at the cells underneath the microscope, and there are stains for vaginal cells, because vaginal epithelial cells, they stain a dark color because they're full of a molecule called glycogen. So there is a differential stain of vaginal epithelial cells as opposed to epithelial cells from your mouth that stain yellow. So there is a differential stain, but this is going to blow your mind. You know what she could have done but never did? And this would have absolutely proved it, that it came from the vagina. I never
What's that
knew
now?
this. And that is to do a bacterial swab of the pants.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. I've heard you talk about this before in another context.
Yep, because scientists have shown that the vagina, a certain bacteria like to inhabit the vagina, the female vagina, certain bacteria of a specific strain. So what scientists actually do is they do molecular biology analysis of the bacteria isolated from the human vagina, And they can actually tell you what bacterial strains reside in the vagina, because the human vagina operates at a specific pH, which certain bacteria absolutely love living at. And those bacteria are called lactobacilli. So if she had done the appropriate test on the pants and said, hey, look, even if she couldn't do it, send it to a microbiologist, send it to a DNA expert, isolate the bacteria, isolate the specific genes that they look for, and say, look, Your Honor, we found the presence of these bacteria. They actually come from the human vagina. Yes, a sexual assault took place. Or, Your Honor, I tried looking for these particular bacteria. We didn't find any. Right?
Doc Crockett's wanting to know how accurate it is.
Oh, it is. It is very accurate, because what this group have done is they've studied many different strains that inhabit the vagina. They know exactly the strain and species of bacteria that reside there. And they do molecular biology analysis to confirm for the presence of those bacteria. That would have been another weapon in the armory that they could have used. But imagine if it was exculpatory, right? It would have made their case look even more flimsy than what it was. So my conclusion is this: did the state prove that Daniel Holtzclaw had raped a gardener? A big resounding no way.
Nope.
Nope.
Oh, and the other big mistake was this: they never took his underpants, and they never did penile swabs. Huge mistake.
Right.
Huge mistake.
Kim Davis said, "Well, he took a shower, so would he be using a Q-tip to clean out his penis or something?"
No.
Well,
That's ridiculous.
With Blinker, you never know.
Yeah. Studies have shown that even if you wash your underwear, the DNA is still there.
Oh.
You need to wash your underwear probably about 4 or 5 times in detergent for the DNA to totally be removed. The mere fact that they never did penile swabs, groin swabs, right, Jack 61, groin swabs.
Right. That's right.
And check his underwear is a huge, huge red flag. Massive mistake.
Yeah. Anthony Hill says, but bacteria would have died by now, yes?
Potentially, but that doesn't mean that it's not there. So what they would do is extract the DNA. They'll extract the bacterial DNA. So MVAC it, see what you get.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, and the other stupid thing. Sorry, Jack 61.
No. I was just going to say you never know. You just never know. But go ahead, Doc.
I was going to say the other stupid thing is that she used cotton swabs with water. So she could have easily pressed some of the cells on the outside of the pants to go on the inside of the pants. Do you understand?
Yep.
Because the cells could have been absorbed and pushed in, right? But the MVAC does a deep extraction. So it'll get a much higher yield of the cells.
Right. Yeah.
Absolutely. I agree.
Wow. Well, we knew it would be very
mind-boggling.
illuminating. Yes.
So,
we knew
well,
that. Go ahead, Kay.
Can I ask a question about the stochastic threshold, or?
Well, yeah.
Are
So
those
basically,
set lab by lab? Because
yes. So basically, when you get a DNA profile from a computer, it's actually called an electrospherogram, and what you see are peaks, right? So if someone has the 2 alleles, 7 and 9, at the CSF 1PO locus, you'll see 2 peaks, one corresponding to 7 and one corresponding to 9. The more DNA you have of that person, the higher the peaks. However, if you have a mixed profile and that person's DNA is low quantity, can you see, guys, that the peak that you get is actually quite low? So what you do is you set a limit on the computer. You say, okay, if the value of that peak is, I'll give you an arbitrary unit. If it's below 50, ignore it. But when you look at the electrospherogram, you say, holy shit, there's a peak there. You understand? So even though the peak is small, it's still there. But you call it, you say, no, it's too low. I ignore it. So it's a call done by the laboratory technician. Do you understand?
So she says that it's her lab's protocol that
Correct.
if something in the first set falls below the stochastic threshold, then he's out.
Correct.
That's it.
So
That's as far as you go. She wouldn't even look at all of those comment and mix.
Nope. She ignored everything pertaining to Daniel, which is absolute garbage. So in other words, how about this, Miss Taylor? How about if your swabbing was so bad that the amount of DNA you got was so low that Daniel's profile was only partial because of you, the way you did your swabbing, right?
Yeah.
Had nothing to do with Daniel. So they could have gone to another part of the pants and his DNA would have lit up like a Christmas tree. They never did
Like the pants pocket.
Yep. And so I know this sounds disgusting, right? But you wear your underwear for 24 hours and take them off and examine them. Your underwear is like a crime scene, right? So
Sure.
they never took the underpants to say, all right, do we actually find Daniel's DNA here? Do we find the DNA of any of these purported victims? No. You know why? They were too scared to find the answer, right? So if his penis is coming in contact with a vagina, with a mouth, you would expect the DNA to be inside his underwear. I'm sorry.
That's right. That's right. That may sound crass, but that is absolutely the truth.
That's the way it is, guys. I'm sorry. Your underwear is a crime scene. I'm sorry. That's the way it is.
Some more than others.
Some more than others. Correct.
Well, if we're going to have a different conversation, no, I'm kidding.
Don't go there, Jack 61. Don't go
I'm
there.
staying away. I swear to God, I'm staying away, dog. I swear to God, I'm staying away.
Oh, hell. Whew, boy. Now, you guys, and maybe we'll just save it for next week because we're going to finish up the trial, basically. Because Kim Davis is going to...
Blinker's going to make an appearance?
Yeah, she's going to testify.
Oh, boy.
In the actual trial, she testified right before Elaine Taylor, but we wanted to get to this DNA business. But...
a question about that, and, everybody can comment or no one, but just an observation from I know prosecutors, they put this like defense attorneys, they put people on the stand in a certain order that I guess that they think they'll have the biggest impact. But to me, I don't know. I would think that because this they found Dara Gardner's DNA, that Elaine Taylor would have testified, at least given some testimony during or right after her, right? Because that's what she found was a Dara Gardner. That's just me, my brain thinking that way. Yes, no, hate it. Instead of at the end.
Jack, can you please repeat that? I just completely jumbled it all up in my head, what you said.
So Dara Gardner gives testimony.
Right.
So why didn't Elaine Taylor testify after her to support her testimony?
I don't know. That's
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, you wanted to... Look, I've seen enough trials now to realize that the order of who appears in front of the judge and the jury is critical, right? You have You have the most impactful people last, so the jury can hear what they have to say, right? It happened in all the trials that I've seen. In the Alex Murdoch trial, they had the most crucial people right towards the end. Well, guess what? You're not going to get any more damaging than Miss Taylor and her testimony talking about the DNA. The mere fact that she excluded Daniel Holtzclaw is truly remarkable how she did it. But let me tell you right now, and I want your honest opinion, even if Daniel's DNA was found on his pants, do you think it would have made an iota of difference?
No.
No, I don't.
No.
I think
No.
that jury was jury was petrified.
It was complete smokescreen bullshit. That's all it was.
No,
I mean,
yeah, it was Giger.
Yeah,
Giger that,
It was a smokescreen.
yeah,
Because
the way that he, presented it to the jury is
That's
is
100%
what got
correct.
him.
I think they were afraid too, Doc. I think that jury was scared to death to come back with a not guilty, and even though
terrified.
I think so.
You had the people outside chanting. I mean, they could hear. It was crazy.
100% correct. You know, like I said, I only like to stick to the forensic evidence, and the forensic evidence tells me from all the reading and analysis that I've done, you cannot prove any type of oral sodomy with Jay Liggins. You cannot prove a penis to vaginal rape of a Gardner. And I do not say that lightly, please, because sexual assault is extremely, extremely serious. And you know me, guys, I don't muck around. I don't bullshit.
Yeah.
When the forensic evidence, if the forensic evidence pointed otherwise, I would have said guilty, Your Honor. But with the forensic evidence that was presented in court, it's a sham. It's a kangaroo court. It's a sham.
Yeah. Well, that's why we asked you to explain it to us, because I could read stuff all day long, and without explanation from an expert, we don't understand it. It's just words, just like reading the trial testimony. Those were just words to us, because other than we could see, the shenanigans that Giger was pulling, the technical stuff was just words to us. And so that's why, it was so important for us to have you, come as our own personal private expert witness.
And it's actually worse than what we thought.
And it's worse than what I thought. Yeah.
Correct. That's correct. I was actually quite shocked. But when you see it highlighted in blue, the alleles that are common to Daniel,
Absolutely.
Oh my God, that it's now so freaking obvious in Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. Yeah. Sure, there were partial profiles, but that could have been either because the DNA was low copy number and the PCR didn't work, or that A. Gardner's DNA was in very, very high quantity, and that would explain it, right? But to exclude Daniel, that was a big mistake.
Right. Yeah, and I can't understand what they thought excluding Daniel, what purpose that would serve in trial. What
transfer DNA?
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess.
The argument is this, right? Well, say Daniel did touch A. Gardner, and her purse. The question is this: well, how did he transfer her DNA, say epithelial skin cells, but not his DNA by touching his own zip? So that's what Giger used. And I'm telling you right now, mate, the evidence is right in front of your eyes.
It sure is.
These alleles are everywhere, including a freaking Y chromosome. So there goes your argument, right out and down the S-bend, guys.
And they sold it. They were able to get away with that shit.
Yes, they did. Correct.
Well,
you can see.
Sorry,
Rhonda. You can see. I'm not lying. You saw it with your own eyes. You saw the allele. They're there.
Yeah, that's
they
right.
are there.
Yeah, it's there. And Doc, I don't think you've seen this yet. But when you see when we do read closing arguments and we see exactly what Giger says in closing arguments to the jury, it's really, it talk about hair on fire. It's really.
You mean I'm gonna be upset even more?
I think
you
so.
will. I think you will.
Yeah, it's just going to add fuel to the flames.
Pulls a
Rhonda.
Fallon, or the way they did in their closing arguments.
Yeah.
Was it his rebuttal that he brought that up? Rebuttal, closing?
Well, it was, kind of rebuttal, because what they did was they had Lori McConnell they split it. They split it like they wanted to in the Murdaugh trial. So they, and I didn't realize that until just very recently. But she did the first part, and then then Scott Adams did the defense closing, and then Giger comes back and wraps it all up with the big fat lie.
Yeah, see, he does that in rebuttal, and Daniel's attorney has no chance to address that.
But I don't know about Oklahoma, but they can object. It's not, you shouldn't.
Yeah.
It's absolutely necessary. So that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, he could have objected.
And there was, I don't remember exactly what it was regarding, but when I was reading through that, there was an objection by Scott Adams. I don't remember what it was in regard to, but we'll read it. And
Cherie, are you talking about like a defense attorney or an attorney objecting during closing arguments?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
I've
Yeah.
seen
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just say one final comment, which I think is actually quite pertinent here? And I said this during the Stephen Avery, Brendan Dassey trials. DNA doesn't tell a story. People do. Don't forget that.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah, you're right. So Anthony Hill's over in the foul play chat. This is so crazy and amazing. I just love it. Oh, this is so fun. Anyway, I said, oops, I'm on the wrong place. Oh God, I've got 3 screens open right now. I can't handle it. He wanted to know who the judge was, and Anthony Hills, and his name was Timothy Henderson. Very, very close, Alice. Very close. There was an Urson there. That's, but anyway, if you don't know this already, former disgraced Judge Timothy Henderson was forced to resign. Was it last March or April, or is it 2 years ago? He was, at any rate, just within the last couple of years, he was forced to resign because of his own, and I'm using air quotes here, serious sexual assault allegations. And he's the man who presided over Daniel's trial and sentenced him to 263 years.
And not just allegations, but allegations from district attorney, from assistant district attorneys, from prosecutors, from Oklahoma County DA's office, which the whole investigation of that thing was also a kangaroo thing.
Yeah.
You just can't make this stuff up.
I think we should work out a documentary, and I've already got a title for it. Riding the Lightning.
Oh, wow.
You into Metallica? Ride the Lightning.
Yeah.
Sorry, going straight to hell. Straight to.
Well, and I don't know now. Doc just confused me, because I was thinking when Jack first said that, I was thinking of the electric chair, because that's what they used to call it back then.
Metallica. The album's called Ride the Lightning, and they do have an electric chair on the front cover. Yeah, it's about the electric chair.
Yes. So yeah, that's what so then I was like, well, wait a minute. Maybe my mind doesn't think like everyone else's. So, oh gosh.
Can I just read this?
Sure.
This is important, right? Because I did a lot of research because I wanted to make sure I was correct. A quote. It says here, the walls of the vagina are composed of different layers of tissue. The surface layers of the vaginal wall are made of mucosal tissue, similar to the tissue that lines your mouth, nose, and digestive tract. There you go. That's why it's important to make sure that if you're going to say that penis to vagina rape took place, you need to actually prove it, right? You need to actually prove it by looking at epithelial cells that you obtain from the pants, stain them, examine them under a microscope. You can't make broad statements like Giga did, right? It's completely shocking. So, it's amazing that there wasn't a physiologist that was on the panel to say, excuse me, what are you trying to say, right? And then if you learn about vaginal fluids, et cetera, you can easily destroy Elaine Taylor's trial testimony to pieces, right? So again, because she never tested any body fluids, you cannot draw any conclusions. And to Taylor's credit, she actually said it during her testimony several times. She cannot draw a conclusion as to where the biological material came from. So she was correct.
True. But her bias did show.
Oh, yes. Correct.
But
unfortunately.
Yeah. Unfortunately, God.
Unfortunately, yeah, you nailed that word, Kay.
Jeez. Yeah, that was I don't want to say shocking, but it kind of like, did she just say that?
It was shoddy. It's shoddy. She should never add a quantity. She should never quantify it in those terms ever.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
I was just going to say it made it very clear whose team she's on.
Right.
Well, sure. Absolutely.
Thank you, Trockett, very much for being here and for all of your comments and your questions. We really appreciate it. It helps. It helps sometimes asking questions and making comments. So thank you very much. And I hope that you have a good night or day, wherever you are.
Yep. Thanks for coming, Crockett.
Yeah.
And I want to say, I don't know where if you're getting ready to wrap up, but before you do, I want to add this in, a plug for this, because I think it's important, this, being able to stream this to, our platform on Foul Play, hopefully to, get more people to understand this case, people that are interested in this, whole aspect of, wrongful conviction, and to understand the depths and the lengths that they Giga went to, and Blinker and Bullwinkle, Rocky and Bullwinkle, whatever you're going to call them, the depths and how far they went during a time of, racial upheaval in the country. And they were afraid, this was a sacrificial lamb. To me, Daniel was a sacrificial lamb for Oklahoma City. Don't look what we've done. Yeah. So, we're going after a guy here, and they really went after Daniel in the most unethical steps ever. I hope we can get more people involved. I really wish somebody would do an in-depth documentary, a Making a Murder documentary. I know they can't cover everything, but some type of documentary to expose what we know so far to date. I know there's a dark side to that. I get that. A lot of people say, well, that could damage somebody's case. And I guess there's that aspect of it, but I think that secrets die in sunshine. And there are deep secrets in this case to me. So I want to thank everyone from Foul Play that's listening. We've been able to link this stream to Rhonda's StreamYard, which I think is a fantastic option. Yeah. We'll keep doing it. We'll keep doing it as much as and often as we can. I'm glad when she told me, I'm like, bam, what is that? What I have to do that?
Yeah, that was
so.
Awesome. He didn't even miss a beat. He's just like, how do I do it? And I just like, oh.
I mean, it took me less than a minute to get it linked, and boom, it's up. And as soon as you went live, it came on. So we're going to continue to do that to bring awareness to the case. I would encourage everyone, go to Rhonda's channel, give her some love, hit that like and subscribe. Anything that we may miss and don't get the stream, you can get a notification from her. And Yeah, really appreciate it, guys.
Oh, and we appreciate you, Jack. Just so everyone knows, Cherie and I were we've been members of Foul Play for years, been involved with the Stephen and Brendan case for years. And so that's where we kind of started out. And then like Jack said in the beginning, when, he shared a link with me and he said, oh, you got to check this out. I was instantly like, oh my God, I knew for all the years that I'd ever been wondering, what could I do for my own channel? I thought, this is it. I was just immediately passionate about this case. And then we ended up meeting up with Kay, and, we hit a gold mine with Kay because she knows so much information.
She is so knowledgeable.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And I feel like we hit the lottery when we met with Kay. And, so I owe a thanks to so many people, but I also owe a huge thanks to Foul Play for giving me the confidence to go forward and do something like this and take on a brand new case that for all intents and purposes wasn't even being covered that I know of, other than some random videos here and there. But, I just like, no, this is the one that I need to, spend my energy on, because not that I don't spend energy in Foul Play, but the great work, the great research has been done. I mean, not that there's not more, but that's been done. Like, I can't even compete with the researchers and the presenters in Foul Play. But being a part of Foul Play gave me the confidence to take on a case of my own that I was interested in.
Well, you picked a doozy.
That's your fault, though.
Well,
but it's something that I'm so grateful for. So, and I can't thank everybody enough. But the fact that we can now that I know that we can do this double streaming thing is just even more, because since how long have we been on, Cherie and Kay? We're going on, is it 3 years this fall? I think we're going on 3 years this fall. And I guess I just thought, I thought that getting more awareness was going to be, I thought people were going to just be like, yes, somebody's, and a few have, but there just hasn't been enough excitement. And, I'm not
like I said, that's like I said, this case needs a Netflix or whatever documentary to get it presented out, packaged. Even though, like I said, they can only show so much in however many episodes, they could still get it out there. Look at what happened in the Murdoch case.
Right.
Everybody, I think, here can attest to that. And some of these other cases that get presented in this broad format, it brings awareness in, and the eyes start looking. This is what this case needs so bad.
Yes. And so now it appears that Foul Play is going to be, that's what I've been trying to say. And I know Kay is going to be like, get to the point, Rhonda. She's always keeping me on track. But Foul Play now being able to do this double stream on double platforms or channels or whatever it's called, this will help us, because Foul Play has a huge following, huge people that are so interested, but there's room for other cases, everyone. There's room for other cases. And
there is.
At this time, I just would ask that we spend that extra room and extra energy on Daniel's case, because we need all the help that we can get.
And also, Rhonda, I just want to say that you and your team have done a marvelous job putting Daniel's case front and center. It really is a shocking case. But what we did eloquently today, we distilled it right down to the important bits and pieces.
Yes.
And in the end, it wasn't as bad as I originally thought in terms of trying to understand the forensic evidence. It was just a misdirection by Giga that fooled everybody. He was like a magician, and he sucked everybody in.
He did. You
And
really did.
Paul Daniel paid the ultimate price.
Yeah, he did. Yes, and like you said, as you explained it so thoroughly and so comprehensively or comprehensible. I don't know how to say that word, and so so that we could understand it. I mean, we people here, we lay people could understand it. It just made all the difference. So what I yeah, so there's not enough. I can't say thank you enough, and so I'm going to stop trying because I just can't. But what I do want to say going forward, when we do this again, we can. So if you log into the Foul Play channel to watch, I can see your questions and your comments in StreamYard chat. But the YouTube chat, you guys can't see each other unless you're jogging back and forth between my channel and Foul Play's channel.
Which is what I've been doing the entire night.
Yeah. And so, if you do have a question or something that you want addressed by anybody on the panel, you're going to have to, or by anybody in the chat or from my channel. Anyway, you may have to jump between channels. So that's another good reason. If you haven't already, go to my YouTube and subscribe. And,
which I just linked. I dropped a link in Foul Play.
And thank you to Catnit. I know she's been dropping links tonight too, and we really appreciate it. So for everybody, gosh, I hate to go because there's still so many people watching and listening. Any more comments or questions that we can try to answer? What can we do next, Maz? Well, we're doing one next week. I don't know if you're talking about me, but we're going to read the closing arguments next. Well, we're going to read Kim Davis's trial testimony, and then we're going to final trial testimony because she testifies in many of the witnesses' cases. And then we're going to read the portions possibly of the closing arguments. I don't know if we'll read all of it. I'll see how many pages it is, but so we're going to read closing arguments, and the DNA part in the last part of those arguments it's going to be very frustrating. Somebody else mentioned earlier, I know about, I think it might have been Crockett said something about Zellner, or getting Zellner on the case or something. I don't remember exactly what it was. She was on the case briefly, and I think Cherie tried to answer it in the chat. She was briefly on Daniel's case. And it just, because she believes in his innocence, she still tweets with Truth Wins, and it's on her website. Daniel's picture is still in there because she believes in his innocence. She just isn't.
It's too big. It's too much.
Too much.
Yeah, because for people that don't understand Daniel's case, it wasn't just a couple of these alleged victims. It's 13. It was actually more than that, but at trial there were 13 different ones.
And also logistically, from Illinois to Oklahoma is not easy.
Yeah.
That too.
Oh, what could we do to get Daniel out? Well, this is a start, Maz. Just getting more exposure, talking about it more, because somewhere along the line, somebody is going to hear about this that hasn't heard about it yet. And, whether it's, his attorney is working on his post-conviction. So there is a state post-conviction case in the works, as I understand, but it's just, again, if unless there's 3 or 4 attorneys working on it, and a good private investigator and whatever else they may need, yes, he knows that I write to Daniel. Kay is very familiar with Daniel. She visits him, writes to him, talks to him regularly. Yeah, he knows that we're doing this, and
I was going to ask, there is post-conviction work going on, right?
Yes. Well, yeah,
Once,
they're working on it.
since the civil stuff is basically dead, done deal.
Yeah.
Yes.
Since that's finally over, now, energies are turned toward the post-conviction work. I just want to, while I have the microphone, I just want to thank Dr. Silkman so much for coming on and just clarifying all this for people in a way that they can understand it. And to Foul Play for supporting Daniel's case too. It really means a lot. It means a lot to Daniel. I was supposed to have a chat with him today, but my computer died, and that's the only way I can chat with him. So I missed my chat today, but I know what he would say. He would say, tell everyone, thank you so much for supporting me and for looking into my case. That's all he has ever wanted, is for people to take an honest look at the facts of his case. Because he believes that if people do that, they will see that he is innocent. And, poor Daniel, when this happened to him, he believed in the system. He believed in it, and he believed that the system would work for him. And he knew he was innocent, and he thought that he would go through this nightmare and he would be acquitted. And it didn't happen. And, now he's one of the strongest people I've ever met. How he just deals with what he has to deal with and doesn't really focus on, he doesn't obsess on what's going on out here. He's in there. He's, one day at a time, keeping his mind and his body strong and counting on that we're going to get him out. And so, thanks to everyone who has found this case and who will continue to follow and dig and search. And I'll say good night.
Doc, you're muted.
I just wanted to thank just Rhonda for letting me on and allowing me a little bit of time. I spent the entire week going through the case, so there's no reading with the crew on Sunday. I spent all my time on this because it deserved proper attention, proper research, and it was actually quite shocking when you see the results. So, yeah, unfortunately, I've got to go. So my nurse is here. But again, thank you, Rhonda, for all your help. It's been a fantastic podcast, and I hope I can come back on soon. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Doc. It was a great presentation, and it explained a hell of a lot to me.
Oh, I was talking away over here. You're welcome, Doc, and thank you. You're welcome anytime. Yeah, the thanks goes to you for sure. So go visit with your nurse, because that's what's important. Thank you so much. Am I still muted? No. Okay. Anyway, wow. Busy, crazy, amazing information. And so I'm going to let Kay answer this. He doesn't mind. Shaz says, does Daniel mind if we talk about his case in a letter, or would he prefer other topics? He's not afraid to answer any questions you have. I don't usually mention his case very much whenever I write to him. I just try to say other things that are take his mind off of the case. That's just me. I'm not saying that you have to do the same thing, but I try to write, talk about the weather or, my favorite sports teams. We talk about sports occasionally, he and I, and, just, but, nothing, I don't really talk about his case very much with him. He will usually ask me if, to keep, thank you for what we're doing, and to, keep talking about his case. And, if there's, whatever I can do to help, he's grateful for. So this is what I can do to help. And so this is how I usually offer my help, is by doing this. So Kay might be able to answer that differently.
Well, I mean, I think with post-conviction efforts still pending, he may not answer a certain, I don't know how he would handle that if you were asking him a question about his case. I'm kind of like Rhonda. I don't really talk about the case a lot, or specific things. We talk a lot about movies and music and
Food.
food, yeah. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Lately he's been beating himself up in the weight room and has old man knee or whatever.
Old man knee? Is that what he's calling it?
No, that's what I called it.
Oh. Easy now.
I know.
Oh gosh.
But Daniel certainly welcomes any kind of questions about his case. He always says that, but
I don't think he would object to, like, saying, I support you, I believe in your innocence, or something positive, maybe.
Yeah.
Just because, especially now, having just gone through all of the process of, because it was a lot of work, I know, from what Kay's talked about and what he said to me in letters, just getting ready for the civil suit. And then it just like disappeared. So like literally one day it was a thing and it was set to go to trial. And then a week later it was done and he was out of it. And then it was just like, blah. And so not that it was a letdown in the respect that like, oh, shucks, darn it, I wanted to go to trial, but a letdown of all of the buildup to it and getting ready for it. And then now all of that work that, his attorney and whoever else was doing to get ready for it was just not a waste of time, but I would imagine felt like a big letdown, like, okay, now they've done all this work and now they're not even going to get to use it. Because I would imagine that same work will be able to be used in post-conviction, I would imagine.
Well, I think so, but I think moreover, getting that close to trial and expecting that you're going to, obviously at trial, you're going to gain a lot more information. And, maybe that's just what they didn't want Daniel to have, any more ammunition that would come from the trial.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's over. So,
yeah. But now, so yeah. And so now, even though it's going to probably be some time, I would imagine, I have no idea what the timeline is on that, but now I would imagine it probably feels like it's starting over for him possibly. And like, oh God, here we go again. So I just like to distract from that. As much as I can. And, talk about stuff completely unrelated to what he's going through. If he asks me something or mentions something in one of his return letters, then I'll address it and answer it or talk, whatever. But I don't like to bring it up if I can, help it. So
yeah. I mean, that's not a bad idea because he's dwelling on it enough as is, right?
I would imagine, yeah. So
well, you tell it. I mean, you guys tell him. We're going to do what we can. We'll do. And I'm going to tell you. I mean, for me personally, if it wasn't for the Avery Dassey case, that case is probably where I would be.
Mm-hmm. So. Well, yeah, because it needs so many people to do the research and to do the digging and to do the, trying to, just listening to Doc talking about the trial, the testimony in the trial. I even had it was like, oh yeah, I hadn't even, that I didn't even see it that way. and so when you get different eyes and different thoughts and different opinions and different viewpoints on something, it makes a difference. And it's those little things. I mean, look at all the research in the Avery Dassey cases, just little things that get picked up on and figured out, and like, oh my gosh. And yes, they're still sitting where they're sitting, but there's every new thing learned is new hope.
Like those new calls I got from Jody. Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have an idea, another bright idea from Jack, and I'll show myself out. I'll show myself out after this one. So since Coburn has lost his lawsuit, he got thrown out. So maybe Sean Reck, after they get done with their clipping of convicting a murderer, that's going to be whatever, he could pick up Daniel's case. That would be a real boondoggle right there for him.
Sean Reck?
Yeah. I don't know for sure. This is just me speculating, but I can't help but imagine that they're going to have to do some cutting on what they filmed before that thing is released. Because for those that don't know, and I think a lot of people here do, but for those that don't know, there was definitely a tie at the hip, Colburn's lawsuit and that documentary. They were tied together.
I'm sure of it.
So he's lost that lawsuit. He got thrown out, which I'm not shocked.
Yeah, I don't think any of us are, but I think they are. They're especially Sean Reck and Brenda Schuler. They're probably like, "Oh my God, now what are we going to do with all the?"
Right.
So
I just thought. In the reality is, Sean has done some good work in the past.
Yeah.
So maybe he could do a documentary on Daniel. Different executive producer, though, I have to say.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, who was that? What was that? What was the name? What was that guy's name? Rick?
Rick?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's gone though, right?
Oh, been gone. Oh yeah. He got fired after all that. After there was some other things, and he actually put a post on Reddit. Oh yeah, that's a different story though. We'll talk about that.
I wish Joe Berlinger would do it.
Yeah.
Who?
Joe Berlinger.
I don't know. Who? What is it? Has he done stuff in the past?
He did the Memphis.
West Memphis.
West Memphis is 3? Oh.
He's done
Oh,
yeah. Just Google his name. He's done a lot, and his stuff is super quality.
What we need. It's what this case needs.
Everyone
so
should
badly.
an email and drop Daniel's name to him.
Yeah. Chaz did not know that Colburn v. Netflix was dismissed.
Yeah, it's over. It's done.
Oh,
We're just waiting on some stuff to be unsealed, which I hope happens sooner rather than later. But
did someone answer Shaz's question in the chat?
Which one?
So when you send a letter to Daniel, you do not need to send, and you should not send.
Yeah, I told her.
Just write your address and your name on the letter itself at the bottom of the letter, because they copy all of that stuff. And sometimes the copy of the envelope gets separated from the letter, and he doesn't.
Yeah, you don't have to do a stamped envelope. So he gets that in his commissary or whatever that's called, canteen. Oh, I think yeah, that's what I think. I would imagine. Shenanigans. Let's see. Stephen Cyber says, great presentation of the shenanigans and breakdown of the DNA from Dr. Silkman. Thanks, Night All. Thank you. Appreciate it very much. Yes, Dr. Silkman's always great. And, Susan said something earlier. I don't know if she said that she said it in private chat, but I had thought about it also, wondering if Dr. Silkman could be called, it could be what do they call it? Anyway, named as a expert witness or an expert. Yeah, an expert. Susan, help me.
An expert witness?
An expert witness, I
Yeah,
guess. Yeah.
you got it. Yep.
And I
It
had thought
wasn't
that,
me that said that, but
oh,
I like that
oh, I
idea.
don't know who said it. Anyway, but I had thought the same thing. I was like, yeah, I wonder if, when I was listening to him, explaining everything, I thought, gosh, he should be, or was that you, Cherie?
Well, no, it wasn't me that said it. No.
All right, Kay's got to go too. So Kay, thank you so much. Thank you for reading. You've got a week to practice up to reading for Kay or for Kim.
Blinker.
So yep.
All right. Hey, thanks everyone.
We need to get hey, thanks, Kay, and we need to get a camera so we can watch you blink as you're giving testimony.
I don't know if I can make all those awful contorted facial. Ridiculous. I don't think I can sniff snot up my nose that much and do all those horrible body noise things she does.
She does. Let me see if I can share something. I had put a bunch of pictures in. I might have deleted them because there was
God, I hope not. I hope not.
What?
Entertain me. I'm going straight to hell anyway, so come on, let's go.
Yeah, it's a given. That's where we're headed. So I guess I must have deleted them. I don't see them in. Oh no, there they are. This is just some pictures that I put in Discord. Let's see. How can I don't know how to, because I put them in as. It's just funny the way that they. Let's see. I got to share my screen. Let's see how this will work.
You click on the picture and then click open original, and then it'll open a web page, and you can share that.
It's not like that though. It's they're just
I
dropped in the
see.
Discord.
Sweet.
And I just
nice.
Isn't that awesome? Because I have to find just the right picture, pictures for thumbnails and stuff for her for next week. So I could put them all in my Discord, and people can come and vote on the ones they like the best.
That top one is something.
So, yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I like the bottom middle.
This goofy looking one, yeah. Yeah, she looks like and this one, the one next to it on the left is insane.
That bottom left one.
I really have to bug out. You guys carry on.
All right.
Okay,
okay. Thank you so much.
All right.
I like that bottom left one. Yeah, I like that one.
The bottom left one, yeah. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they are all pretty good. They're just screenshots I grabbed from the interview that she did with Malkin. But it was just, I learned how to do screen, how to get a screen grab or whatever it's called. I was like, oh hell, I went nuts trying to find just the perfect screenshots of her and Rocky. Rocky kind of has basically the same stupid, goofy looking face for the most part, but I got lots of good ones from Kim. So
she's so her body language is so telling on her.
Yeah, she's gross. That's just all there is.
Yeah. She gross, all right. I agree with that.
Oh my goodness. Wow, what a great podcast. This was it was just a great podcast. And we're going to have more next week. I don't think we'll be spending this many hours next week because it's, we are not going to have a great presentation by an expert, and we're going to kind of wrap up the trial as a whole at that point. But we'll do other testimonies, at a future time. We'll start covering the accusers again or whatever we have. So, but everybody's hungry. I know I'm starving. I know Jack and Susan, Cherie's probably hungry. So
I have to admit something, and this is again probably while I'm going straight to hell. I ate while you guys were giving testimony. Yeah, I did. I had time, so I'm like, okay, bring it on.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But hopefully you guys enjoyed this, everybody, and I know I learned a lot, so hopefully everybody else learned a lot.
I did.
And it was great, and there's just more to come. So we will, sorry, my throat is very dry. We'll be back next Thursday at maybe, I don't know. We'll be back next week. If, yeah, I was going to say I might take a week off, but I think I'm just going to stay with the momentum. So unless you hear something different during the week, we'll be back next Thursday. And I want to say thank you to those of you who are still on the panel and those that have been on the panel and left, and every single one of you in both chats on both YouTube channels. Thank you so much. And until next time, peace out.